Hello, you guys. How are you all? Thank you guys for being here. So, today we are going into day 2 of the trial of Isaiah Ross. The medical examiner takes the stand on this day. There's two parts. One is about 3 hours, one's about two. Even if we just make it through the first one, we're going to be here for a while. So, yeah, get comfy. Again, I've said this many times and I don't like to be repetitive, but this just bothers me that there is not more coverage of this and that it's not being streamed on your law and crime and court TV, which would help so much with awareness for this entire case and situation. Um, because of that, though, it pushed me to stream it no matter what. I know there's not a lot of interest in it. I don't really care. I want us to go through this, and anybody who's interested, I want to go through it rather. And anyone who's interested can join. But if you aren't caught up and you're new and you just haven't followed this case at all, it's three kids from North Carolina. This happened in the fall of 2022, and we're right at the beginning, so it's kind of the perfect time to jump in. Lyric Woods was 14, Devin Clark was 18, and the alleged shooter, Isaiah Ross, was 17 at the time. It was a history making case for North Carolina. It changed laws because at the time when he was on the run, and I still remember this before we even knew who it was, when he was on the run, they couldn't share his name or his picture because he was a juvenile. So today, like I said, if you don't know this, it's the perfect time to jump in and just listen. The medical examiner is going to testify just a few minutes in. And yeah. Hi, Tevin. Oh my goodness. Hi, Alex. Your commentary has been great on this case. As a family member of Devin Clark Cousins, I greatly appreciate you covering this trial and making sure the public knows what's going on, as well as handling it with such care. Blessings to you, my dear. Oh my God. Thank you. And thank you for being here. And I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry that this is how you found my channel or found me, but it means a lot to me to keep talking about this. I'm just sad because these kids are important and they mattered. And a lot of cases it'll get tons of mainstream coverage and documentaries on every network, and and it's unfair and it's wrong. So I want, yeah, it's important to me. Also, I don't live too far, and I just feel, I don't know. My heart's all the way in it, and I want to do it, and I'm going to do it every second, every detail, even the tough ones. They had to experience it. The least we can do is listen to what they had to experience and know the truth and share the truth. And I'm not buying this, what the defense is claiming. I'm just not. But yeah, so thank you so much. And again, I am so, 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 so sorry. My heart goes out to you and everybody, every family member and everyone affected. I'm just so sorry. Hey, Mama Bear. I wanted to listen to you with you. I remember when you covered this case, I would have had no idea about these beautiful kids without you. Oh, thank you for being here, Mama Bear. And it seems like forever ago. I've been waiting and waiting for justice for this, and we're finally here. Right in. I'm not going to take too much more of your time. This is a long day of court, like I said, but after this, we'll be caught up to where tomorrow, if I wanted to stream real time or somewhat, but like just a little bit behind, we could easily do that. So here we go, you guys. I am going to take myself off the screen for the testimony because we really want to focus on what's happening here. Hey, Tess, happy Sunday. I love you back. All right, here we go, you guys.
Request to add Mr. Dean to the witness list. Understand the court may still want to consider what's in these statements, and so I'm glad to hand those up to the court. And I did inform Mr. Trapp of my intention as well.
Hey, Kelly. These kids are the same age as my son.
I'm happy to make an affirmative representation to the court that I would not seek to call or.
Let me just say, and this is why it's important. This is why we got to be aware of what's going on in the world. I was watching a YouTuber, and she was saying, I don't watch the news. I don't want to know. I just don't want to know it's sad. I want happy stuff. And it's like, how privileged are you? Like to just not care and be like, I don't want to know. It's important that we know what's going on, even if it doesn't affect us. It's not all about me or all about you. This is a society, a group of people, and everybody matters. And this stuff matters. And especially if you have kids, I'm sorry, but there are many times where, okay, like recently, snowball dance, and all the kids hang out afterwards and they spend the night with friends and all that stuff. This could happen to anyone. I get really annoyed by people that say stuff like that. Oh, yeah, I don't follow the news, God. I don't know any. Just like, I get it. The news is sad. It can be really depressing. But we still need to know what's going on. We need to know so that we can protect ourselves, so we can help one another. There's many reasons. Just for awareness purposes, just to study it, the situation, and see the warning signs and see how you can handle it better after all the things. Like I said, a law was changed in this one. So I want to know what's going on, but here we go.
Elicit any testimony.
It's important to me. Could be us, any of us, any day. Hey, Diana. Hey, Connie.
I cannot tell you how to do your case. You have the better judge of that
Amber,
going
Laura, good
forward.
to see you guys. Adrian. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
Our experienced prosecutor, she knows as much as a family's wishes are important to you, being able to do your job, that in the end, whatever decision you make has to have much broader and bigger understanding.
Absolutely, Your Honor. It was not just their wishes. In fact, they told me to decide and not ask them, but in consultation with other members of my office as well.
Excellent. I'm gonna let you hang on to that as long as Mr. Trapp has it. He's aware of that information. We're
Johnny.
just gonna proceed down the road and we'll see how it goes.
And I was just handed one additional, if I could step back and make a copy for Mr. Trapp.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I'm a little bit nervous. I watched some of the medical examiner's testimony. I think we learn a lot there about what happened, but it's tough stuff to learn about, So just prepare you guys for that. There's Isaiah over there. There's no need for us to sit through the break.
I did receive the information from the statements from each individual. Based on the state's representation, there's no need for anyone to be sequestered. I believe that when this trial started, they were an important audience with the state, and I believe that should remain so. And if anything changes, then we will conference with the judge.
Sounds good. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank
Could
you
I-
both.
We have just a moment to get them back in here before we bring the jury in.
Yes.
Mama Bear, I
See if,
think it's called
Ray
Lyric and Devon's
understands.
Law. I don't know. I'll Google it, but I don't know the name of it, but it was about being able to share the photo of a juvenile if they're wanted in a violent crime like this, something along those lines, because previously it wasn't allowed. So they weren't able to, even when they knew who he was, share on the news. Hey, have you seen this person? That kind of thing.
The objection with the request that I give the instruction to the jury that information from, who was it again?
Christian Sykes, Your Honor.
From Mr. Sykes is not to be considered for the truth of the matter asserted in it, but only as information that showed why the officers took subsequent action.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that good?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
All
Thank
right,
you for
we'll go with that.
remembering.
All right. Anything else?
I just learned that those particular family members did step out for lunch. And so we will just pass them the message that they're allowed to rejoin us when they get back.
That'll be great.
Thank you,
Ms.
Your
Laura.
Honor.
Mr. Trapp, anything on behalf of the defense?
Nothing more from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring our jurors in there.
Thank you, Tevin. Yeah, Lyric Devon's Law. Wow. Lyric and Devon's. Hey, Matt. I know. That was nuts. If you guys missed that, it's one of the last lives I did before we jumped into the trial. Yeah. Thank you, Matt, and good to see you.
With
Here we
that,
go.
Ms. Orr, the witness is with you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Ray, I think I had asked you just before the break
Captain Ray.
whether
I hope that's how you
Mr.
spell
Sykes
it.
provided any information to you about where Isaiah lived.
And I don't
Oh, is your mic on?
see.
His mother lived in Deerfield Apartments,
And are you
Oh, you
familiar
know
with,
what,
Deerfield
you guys?
Apartments?
Hold on.
in Evans City. Yes, ma'am.
We're backwards. I cannot believe I did this, and I apologize because look here. Here's the other footage we have to watch from that day, and Captain Ray is on the stand. Oh my gosh. And I've had you here. Well, at least we got to hang out for a minute and kind of shoot the shit and chat, but we'll hear from Captain Ray later. We got to hear from the neighbors and the ME first. I can't believe I did that because I had it in order. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's the sound. I was going to say, don't do it to me. There have been recordings from court that didn't have sound, remember? Okay.
Ms. Rogers, go ahead and grab a seat there and get right close to that mic. okay?
Good God. Me. I apologize, y'all. I got to get it together.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
James Rogers, JamesRogers,
And Mr. Rogers, where do you live?
6200 Yarborough Road, Mebane.
And are you familiar with the case involving the deaths of Lyric Woods and Devin Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the area their bodies were located?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that in relation to where you live?
It's about 150 yards from my house to the location where the bodies were found.
I want to draw your attention to that weekend of September 16th, 17th, and 18th. What were you doing that weekend?
I was going down to Ocean Drive for a beach festival at North Myrtle Beach and was leaving Saturday morning around 6 o'clock. And
So what'd you do Friday night?
Hey, Michelle.
I
Hey,
didn't go
Sarah.
anywhere Friday night. I got everything ready, packed to go Saturday morning.
And at some point in the overnight hours, did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what happened?
Well, I went to bed at 12 o'clock and I set my alarm clock to get up at 6 o'clock. And all of a sudden I heard a commotion like fireworks or something was going off, and it woke me up. And I was thinking, well, I don't know who in the world's shooting off fireworks or if somebody was deer hunting it early in the morning. So I just laid there for a few minutes and decided to go on back to sleep. And then I heard 4 gunshots. And the first time that woke me up, I looked at my clock, it was 5 minutes to 2. So I laid there, like I said. And then when I heard the 4 shots, it woke me up. And I looked at the clock, it was 5 minutes after 2. At that time, I got up and looked out my bedroom window toward Buckhorn Road, see if I could see headlights or whatever I could see going down the road. Didn't see anything, so I went to my living room and I looked out my picture window down Yarborough Road, and I didn't see anything going on there. So I stayed in the living room for about 10 minutes or so. Went back
Oh
to the
my
bedroom,
God.
went to the bathroom, came back, laid down, went to sleep. Alarm went off at 6 o'clock. I got up, took a shower, and at 7:30, that's when I got on the road to go to North Myrtle Beach.
So, just to pause for a quick break, and I'm not going to pause a lot. We got to get through a lot of stuff today. Matter of fact, what is our speed set on? But just to, 5 minutes before 2, he hears a bunch of gunshots, fireworks, something. He can't really make it out, but 5 minutes before 2. And then he hears 4 after. I don't know why this is not working for me. Well, I can check the speed, but why would, and look, it can't be, oh, I'm sorry, that makes no sense. If the defense attorney wants to say Devin shot Lyric and then he took the gun and shot Devin, because Lyric was shot more than 4 times, a few times more than 4. I think she was shot 6 times. I have it in my notebook, but I left that at home and I'm taking notes on the computer for anything majorly important. But so it can't be that. This to me sounds more like, if I was guessing, and I think we'll hear what they think. Could be way off from what I think, but it sounds more like you shot them and then you did a couple shots at the end to make sure they didn't survive or something like that. You know what I mean? Because again, she was shot more than 4 times. So it couldn't possibly be, Devin did it and then he took the gun and killed Devin. And Devin was shot more than 4 times. But,
You
okay.
identified the sound that you heard as gunshots. Can you describe your familiarity with what gunshots sound like?
Yes, I've hunted most of my life, and there's a gun club behind my house, maybe a quarter mile if you go through the woods, and they're shooting there Fridays and all weekends and stuff like that.
Was there anything distinctive about the shots that you heard, or how would you describe them?
It was a loud 4 shots. I mean, everything was completely quiet. There wasn't any cars going up and down the road or anything. And it was just pow, 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 pow. And that's what got me up.
I don't have any other questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Trout?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Good morning, Mr. Rogers.
Good morning.
Here we go.
So you mentioned that you live on Yarborough Road, not Buckhorn Road.
That's right.
So does your house face Buckhorn Road? Is your mailbox face Yarborough? What is the orientation of your house to Buckhorn?
My house faces Yarborough Road. And then there's a tree line and a field, and then there's Buckhorn Road.
And so there's a little bit of a barrier between your house and Buckhorn Road.
That's right.
And so if you were to look out your window toward Buckhorn Road, there would be trees and some things obstructing your view.
Yes, sir.
And I guess maybe on good days, maybe the trees and those barriers might even keep some of the sound from Buckhorn.
Oh,
Road, a little bit
Jesus.
busier of a road.
So he didn't hear all the
Well,
gunshots. Okay,
that
whatever.
time of the year, the leaves have done started falling. And
There you go, sir. Tell him.
pretty much a clear view.
Okay.
Most of the limbs on the trees in that wood area are up high.
Now, I guess if you were leaving your house, are there any houses between your house and Buckhorn Road?
No,
And there's like a fence line with maybe some animals.
there's a fence line, and at that time there were the lady had 4 horses out there, but the horses are not in the field during the night. They put them up in barns.
And you mentioned that you went to bed around midnight
Yes, sir.
and that you heard a sound that kind of startled you. And when you turned around and looked, it was a little bit before 2 a.m.
It was 5 minutes to 2.
All right. So whatever startled you happened somewhere around 1:55, 1:54 a.m.
Right.
And then after you heard that, you said you got out of the bed and kind of looked out the window.
No, the first time I just thought to myself, I wonder what was going on. 'Cause, behind me, there's a pond at the end of the field. There's a trailer there, and the people that used to live there have had some parties and stuff, and they would set off fireworks. But at this time, there was nobody there. So it was sort of odd that I heard it. And then that's when I didn't pay much attention to it. And then after a few minutes, that's when I heard 4 shots. And that's when I looked at the clock and got up out of bed.
And so there were several minutes between the first shots the first sound that you heard, and then what you heard when you were kind of awake and conscious and aware, the 4 shots that was 5 minutes after 2.
Yes, sir.
And so you aren't certain that the sound that you heard before were shot. Maybe they were fireworks. Maybe it was something. that woke
Right.
you up. But when you heard that sound, the first inclination was to look by that pond because people go hang out by that pond.
Right.
You said you looked out the window, I guess in different directions at the pond and maybe towards Buckhorn, but you didn't see any movement.
No, so from the stop sign where I could
What
see
are you getting
coming
at?
down
You're
Buckhorn
wasting our
Road where
time.
the pond and that trailer is, I didn't see any commotion or no vehicles, no
Yeah.
lights or anything.
And you mentioned your house is about 150 yards from
Oh
Buckhorn.
my goodness.
Is it,
I get it. He wants to be thorough. He has said that. But also, what is your point? The man couldn't see. It was dark. It was 150 yards away. They've already said that. He heard, I mean, oh, let me just
typical or
stop.
common for
Go.
you to hear
Go ahead.
talking
Finish up.
conversations towards Buckhorn or in any other direction?
No, sir.
Okay, it's not close enough for that.
No, sir.
And you didn't notice any headlights. I think you said you stayed up for at least 10 more minutes and didn't see any cars drive by or anything like that.
No, sir.
And then after you didn't see or perceive anything else, you didn't hear any more sounds, you went to bed and continued on with your trip to the beach that following morning.
Right.
You were contacted by law enforcement, is that right?
Well, to start with, I was contacted by my son. When I went down to the beach, they have a thing called Fun Sunday, Fun Monday. So after we did Fun Sunday and came back to the gentleman's house I was staying at, my son called me and told me they had found a couple of bodies right off of Buckhorn Road. And I said, well, how do you know? He said, well, they had the road completely blocked both ways with highway patrol, sheriff department cars. So he had to go around. And then he walked down to the scene, and I believe it was Detective Barry said something, they found it. And my son told him that I had mentioned that I had heard some shots earlier that morning. So he said, well, Detective Barry would like for me to come in and make a deposition or something. So I told him, I said, well, tell him I'll be in Tuesday. And my son said, well, he would like to have a deposition before Tuesday. So I cut my trip short and I came in that Monday morning.
Wow.
So at
One
what
day,
point did
but-
you tell your son that you heard these shots?
Saturday afternoon that I told him that I had made it down there, because if I go on a trip, I always call and tell them that I'm there, made it safely.
Okay, for anybody coming in late, I just want you guys to know what we're doing. This is the trial of Issiah Ross. He was 17 at the time when he allegedly shot and killed Devin Clark and Lyric Woods. This is the neighbor to the crime scene. He lives right next to where they were found, and he heard gunshots. We're about to hear from the medical examiner to hear about their injuries and kind of get more of an idea of what exactly happened. There has been so much kept hush hush over the years. I'm going to pull up a picture of these kids so you can see. I mean, I thank you for being here. Let me just say that, because I want more people to know this case. I want more people to know these kids and to care about this. I mean, yeah, so we're going to keep listening. I'll pull up a picture. So before we get to the medical examiner, which is just about to start any minute, in about 2 minutes, I'll show you guys a picture of all the kids.
And then he said, well, fine. He didn't know anything at that time that I know of. And then Sunday afternoon around 5 or 5:30 is when he called me back.
And your son, does he live close by, same street, same?
Well, he lives behind me.
And
You go down a little bit farther, another drive, and go down behind me.
and when you strike that, and you said those 4 shots you heard after 2 were loud, and you said you heard 4.
4. Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
In those 10 minutes that you stayed up after hearing the 4 shots, did you hear anything else?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Got a bunch of
Nothing
good
further, Judge.
pictures.
Mr. Rogers, thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so just let me pause for a moment and just take you guys over here. The NC Beat put out a lot of stuff on this case in the beginning. There wasn't much out at all. It was hard to find information. Okay, here we go. So this is Lyric on the left and Devin on the right. We know Devin was a football player. His nickname was deuce, I think, or deuce times 2 was what Lyric had in her phone, or who she sent her location to, I think they said. I remember, I think his football number was number 4 because at the memorial they had a football thing with the number. Gorgeous, smart kids with their whole lives ahead of them. That's Lyric there. And we do know from one of the other officers who has already testified that her necklaces, the multiple necklaces, and a mole pattern on her face helped her be identified. And you can see she has all kinds of pretty little beauty marks, moles on her face. This is Devin and his mother. See, yeah, 4. But he, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know why I remember Blue. He may have played for another team at one point, or maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping, but there's Devin. Lyric and Devin again, that same picture, but it's one of the officers involved. Let's see if they have anything else. No. Now, let me just see if they have, here's Issiah, the accused killer. He looks very different than he looked at the time. Of course, he's gotten older. He was only 17, and you know, his hair's gotten longer and stuff like that. So those are the people we're talking about. And now we're going to hear from the medical examiner. This is going to be tough testimony. I mean, we are talking about kids. They're babies. To me, they're babies. As a 36-year-old mother of a 17-year-old young man, they're babies. And not only that, because of my baby, it just, this one hits me different. Just different. So let's get into the medical examiner. Again, just know what you're getting into as we listen to this. And if you want, we'll be here all day listening. You know, I'm here with you until 5, 6 o'clock at least. So if you don't want to listen, you can come back. It's going to be a long testimony too. And while she's given her information, her training and stuff like that, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. So here we go.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Lauren Scott.
Dr. Scott, if you'll come right up here, we'll get you sworn in, okay?
I'm going to wait until I get her exact name before I go smoke. Because they always give a brief history of their training and stuff like that
I do.
before they're sworn in as an
Just
expert.
Make sure you close that microphone, okay?
Dr. Scott, I think they said. Dr.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Dr. Lauren Scott. Lauren is Lauren. Scott is Scott.
And where do you work and what is your position there?
I'm an Associate Chief Medical Examiner at the Office of Medical Examiner of North Carolina in Raleigh.
And how long have you been working there?
In my current capacity since June of 2013, and did my final training year at the office as well.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in North Carolina?
I am, yes,
And when did you become licensed?
in 2012.
Do you have a specialty in medicine?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
Forensic pathology.
Where and when did you receive your medical training?
I completed medical school at the University at Buffalo in 2008. I then did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Dartmouth. My final training year was a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of North Carolina.
Can you describe what it means to be a pathologist or a forensic pathologist?
Pathology in general is the study of disease. As forensic pathologists, we focus on diseases of a non-natural manner. We investigate deaths where death is presumed to be due to non-natural means, so cases of accident, suicide, and homicide. We do this for various examinations, primary of which is the autopsy examination.
Have you testified before as an expert in forensic pathology?
I have, yes,
And approximately how many times?
about 95 times.
Do you have a curriculum vitae that describes your educational and professional experience?
I do, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 76 and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, State's Exhibit 76 is a copy of my resume or CV.
And is it a true and accurate copy of your CV?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit State 76 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
76 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would tender Dr. Lauren Scott as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We will admit Dr. Scott as an expert in forensic pathology.
Thank you. Dr. Scott, what are your duties as a pathologist?
As mentioned, we determine cause and manner of death in cases presumed to be non-natural means, so any cases that are presumed to be accident, suicide, or homicide, and we do that primarily through the autopsy examination.
Who decides when an autopsy is completed?
It is a collaboration between our office and whoever is reporting a case to our office, so that could be law enforcement or a hospital personnel. And we will do an autopsy examination in all cases where there is a concern for homicide.
Can you describe for the jury what is done during an autopsy?
When the decedent first arrives at our office, they are given a unique number. That number will appear on all pieces of evidence, reports, and photographs that we take in conjunction with the case. Once they get that number, they receive an X-ray to look for any retained objects of evidentiary value, like bullets or projectiles. We then open their body bag, document any clothing, personal effects that they arrived at our office with, as well as any evidence of medical intervention that's on the body. We remove all the clothes, personal effects, evidence of medical intervention. Sorry. Sorry, what point were you at?
We remove all items, clothes, personal effects.
And evidence of medical intervention. We then proceed to our external examination. On the external examination, we look for any evidence of injury, as well as documenting characteristics like length and weight and hair color, and the identifying characteristics like tattoos and scars. As we are documenting our findings, we do that both through some written notes and primarily through dictated notes. Once we are done with our external view of the body, we then proceed to an internal examination, making incisions into the chest cavity, into the abdominal cavity, and into the head, looking at the brain and the major organs in the chest and the abdominal cavity as they sit within the cavities, seeing if there are any abnormal fluid collections in the cavities, like collections of blood. We then remove all the major organs, including the brain and the organs of the chest and abdomen. We are looking for any evidence of natural disease and any evidence of injuries, and documenting those injuries and natural diseases as we go along. In some cases, we will take samples for toxicology testing, so that's testing for drugs and alcohol to see if drugs or alcohol contributed to the death. In some cases, we will also take small pieces of the organs to look at under the microscope. Once we are done with all of our ancillary testing, like the toxicology and the microscopic exam, we then compile a final written autopsy report documenting all of our findings and our opinion as to the cause and manner of death.
And are the procedures you just described in accordance with the generally accepted standards or guidelines in your field?
They are, yes.
And where do those standards or guidelines come from?
From the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Dr. Scott, turning your attention to this matter specifically, did you perform 2 autopsies in relation to this case?
I did, yes.
And did you perform an autopsy on Lyric Woods?
I did, yes.
What date did you complete that autopsy?
I'll refer to my report to remember that date. It was September 20th of 2022.
And could you briefly summarize the findings of your autopsy?
Ms. Woods had a total of 7 different gunshot wound tracks on and throughout her body.
Okay, let me pause here. I have to give commentary. I'm not going to pause a lot because this is like a feed going on a couple different local channels. It's like a pull feed for the media. So it's it's different than playing somebody's video they've worked hard on and edited. This is kind of different. So, but as you still have to give commentary, and that was the perfect place to pause. She seems extremely qualified, went to some really good schools. And yeah, I have no reason not to have confidence in her. I don't have confidence in myself though, because I was wrong. I said she was shot 6 times and we just hear 7. During this kind of testimony, there's not really much I can add. I'm not a professional. I'm just a normal person. So I don't have all of this education and stuff. And also, it's not really appropriate either. I mean, we're talking about, again, these are children. And even if they were adults, this is awful what's happened to them. And it's just hard to find the appropriate words to kind of insert in these moments and give commentary. So I want to correct myself. I was wrong. And I'll try not to interrupt, but I will have to occasionally. And if I have any kind of feedback or something I want to give, I'll definitely take the moment and pause, because I think most times I'm not going to have much to add. Okay, here we go.
She had 1 gunshot wound that went through her right hand, through her right thumb, entering the back of the thumb, exiting from the front of the thumb. She had 1 gunshot wound that entered her left back. This wound injured her left lung, her aorta, or the major artery that brings blood away from the heart, and her liver, before exiting from the right front of her abdomen. She also had a gunshot wound that entered her right upper back, went forwards through her right shoulder, fractured or broke her right clavicle or collarbone, and exited from her right upper chest. She had 2 gunshot wounds of her neck. Both of these entered on the right side of her neck. 1 exited on the left side of her neck. 1 exited on the central part of her neck. These both went through muscles in the front of the neck before exiting. She also had a gunshot wound that entered the front of her left shoulder and exited from her left upper arm.
Hold
and
on.
a gunshot wound that entered on the left side of her chest, shoulder, left lung, her aorta, body. She had 1 gunshot wound that went through her right hand, through her right thumb, entering the back of the thumb.
I just want to listen one more time with it in mind of where they entered and where they exited. I've heard this before privately on my own.
Exiting
But
from the front of the thumb.
the thumb,
She had 1 gunshot wound that entered her left back.
her back. Almost as if she was like trying to get away.
This wound injured her left lung, her aorta, or the major artery that brings blood away from the heart, and her liver, before exiting from the right front of her abdomen. She also had a gunshot wound that entered her right upper back, went forwards through her right shoulder, fractured or broke her right clavicle.
Another gunshot wound to the back. And we'll just wait, because I didn't hear the medical examiner talk about Devin, and I really might fully lose my shit on this defense attorney if it sounds like this. But let's continue.
Collarbone, and exited from her right upper chest. She had 2 gunshot wounds of her neck. Both of these entered on the right side of her neck. One exited on the left side of her neck. One exited on the central part of her neck. These
Hmm.
both went through muscles in the front of the neck before exiting. She also had a gunshot wound that entered the front of her left shoulder and exited from her left upper arm, and a gunshot wound that entered the central part of her left upper arm and exited from the back of her left upper arm.
Oh my God.
There is also an abrasion or scrape on her right hand. Sorry, my foot spoken there. That was her left hand. Abrasion or scrape on her left hand, which may have been from a gunshot wound that just scraped across the skin surface rather than entering the body. But it didn't quite have all the characteristics that allow me to confidently classify it as
Unbelievable.
that. So this scrape on her hand may have just been a scrape from some other injury, or it may have been a scrape from a gunshot wound.
How do you determine the direction or path of travel of a gunshot wound?
We look at characteristics of the defects that are on the skin surface to determine if they're entrance or exit wounds. And I think we'll discuss that a little bit later when we have some pictures. We look at the injuries that are within the body cavities and within the organs and the internal tissues of the body, see where there is hemorrhage and where there is injury to trace a wound track from entrance to exit.
During the autopsy, were photographs taken of Miss Woods' injuries?
They were, yes.
Tevin says, just get ready to lose it. It's going to sound very similar. And see, I had figured based on reports, I had responded in the chat, but then I thought this is important. I want to just comment on it quickly. We'll get there when we get to Devin. But just remember, to the chat, the defense attorney claims that Devin shot Lyric and that this was a case of self-defense. This is the self-defense. Don't know how the hell, if someone's running away, they're shot in the back. Let's keep listening, but just remember, okay? Keep that in mind, what they're claiming.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Hell, what's a defense attorney if they're not smearing someone who's innocent and accusing them of being guilty? Hell, and might as well make it one of the victims. I mean, are you kidding me? We've talked about it in other cases. I understand the alternate suspect theory, and I don't really give a damn. I find it really gross to point that alternate suspect as one of the victims, but I don't think they have much else. Maybe should have took the damn plea deal.
I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes.
No, I'll stop and we'll keep
77
listening.
through 96, and ask you if you recognize these. To the jury.
They would, yes.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed when you performed Miss Woods' autopsy on September 20th of 2022?
They are, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 77 through 96 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
All right, states 77 through 96 will be admitted into evidence as substantive evidence.
Dr. Scott, did you, you stated that you observed 7 gunshot wounds on Lyric Woods' body. Did you assign each gunshot wound an identifier?
7 gunshot wound tracks, and yes, I arbitrarily labeled the wounds for descriptive purposes. There is, however, no way to tell which wound was first, second, third, fourth, which order they actually occurred in.
Your Honor, could I have the witness step down in front of the jury in order to publish these photos to the jury?
You may. Dr. Scott, you may sit down. Mr. Trapp, you may move so you can see.
Thank you.
Oh God, we might have to boost the sound. We won't be able to hear it. They step away from the mics. They need to, I wish the court would realize, hey, we are on a sound system. We're recording through the mics. Maybe if we step away from the mic, we need to adjust for that. But
Dr. Scott, we'll start with State's Exhibit 77. Can you describe for the jury what's depicted in State 77?
State's Exhibit 77 is what we term an identification photograph. In each autopsy, we will take a closer view of the decedent's face.
I'm going to take the banner down for this so you can read the closed captioning. Well, let me just move it.
In case of Ms. Woods, it is B22-5939. That number will appear on all photographs. Evidence reports to be taken right in conjunction with the case.
I need some headphones for this, you guys.
I'm taking a look at States 78 and 79. Which gunshot wound is depicted in these photographs? State 70.
I boosted the sound, but let me just do a refresh. We're at 2640 just to make sure the boost worked. Okay, and volume extension booster. It's all the way up. Okay. It doesn't help much, but it helps a little. And it's only while they're away from the mics. Sorry, you guys.
State 78, sorry, what number?
78 and 79.
States Exhibit 78 and 79 show the gunshot wound that went through Ms. Woods' right hand, through her right thumb. Exhibit number 78, which is on your left, shows her entrance wound on the right thumb. The entrance wound is just above the autopsy identifier label. And her exit wound is on the underside of the right thumb, again, just above the autopsy identifier label. This wound, as it went through the thumb, fractured one of the bones in the thumb.
You mentioned entrance wounds and exit wounds. How are you able to determine what's an entrance wound and an exit wound?
An entrance wound will be more round, oval, regular in appearance than an exit wound, which will have a more irregular appearance, although not always. A entrance wound will often have an area of abrasion around it as bullets entering the skin surface. It rubs up against the skin surface, wearing away the outer layer of the skin. An exit wound would generally not have such an abrasion unless the body is pressed up against some object when the bullet is exiting. One of the things that is most helpful for us is whether or not the wound reapproximates. So with an entrance wound, I can stretch the skin in every direction and there will still be a gap left. With an exit wound, if I stretch the skin in a certain direction, it will leave no gap. The skin will reapproximate or close back together.
Dr. Scott, you're doing a great job. And I know nerve-wracking to be up in front of people, just slow it down just a tad bit. Thank you.
Now looking at States Exhibits 80 and 81, can you describe what's depicted in these exhibits for the jury?
States Exhibits 80 and 81 show the entrance gunshot wound on Ms. Woods' left back. The photograph on your left is a further away view of that gunshot wound, showing the location on her mid-left back. Her left shoulder is towards the left of the photograph. Her head is towards the top of the photograph. And the entrance wound is above the autopsy identifier number. A close-up view of that wound is on your right-hand side. Again, it is above the autopsy identifier label. It shows the characteristics of an entrance wound. It is round to oval in shape. It has an abrasion rim where the bullet's rubbing up against the skin, wearing away the outer layer of the skin. And if I can stretch the skin in every direction, I can do so and still leave a gap, not completely reapproximate that wound.
Were you able to determine any, and taking a look at States 82 and 83, can you describe what's depicted in these photos?
Case exhibits 82 and 83 show the exit wound that corresponds with the entrance wound that we just saw. So again, the entrance wound was on Ms. Wood's left mid back. This exit wound is on her right front abdomen. In the photograph on the left, you can see an overall view. Her right shoulder would be up towards the top left of the photograph. Her left arm is towards the right side of the photograph. And the exit wound is just above the autopsy identifier number. On the left side photograph, you can see a close view of that exit wound. Again, this wound track entered the left back, went through the left lung, injured the aorta, or the major vessel that brings blood away from the heart, then went through her liver and exited from the front of the right abdomen. And you can see the characteristics of an exit wound in the close-up view. It is more irregular in shape. It doesn't have that nice regular round oval appearance like the entrance wound did. If I could stretch the skin, I could stretch it and close up that wound and not leave a gap. And there's no abrasion going around it or area where the bullet's rubbing up against the skin. States exhibit 84 and 85 shows an entrance wound on the back of Ms. Wood's right shoulder. In this photograph, her right shoulder would be towards the top of the photograph. Her back would be down towards the bottom of the photograph. Her left side would be towards the left of the photograph and her right side towards the right side of the photograph. This wound is on the back of her right shoulder, right upper back, and it is again above the autopsy identifier label. It again shows those characteristics of an entrance wound, oval appearance, abrasion rim, does not reapproximate. This wound subsequently went through her shoulder and exited from the front of her right upper chest after going through her right collarbone or clavicle. The exit wound for this wound track is depicted in States Exhibit 85 on your left-hand side. It is again right above the autopsy identifier label, and it has the characteristics of a typical exit wound.
It's kind of infuriating to watch somebody who's most likely committed this crime, right? We accused right now, watching them talk about her wounds. You know, I get it. He needs to be aware of what's happening in his own trial, but also it's like you're reviewing your work in a way, and it makes me mad. I don't think he deserves to even, I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like it. This is, again, I told you guys it's going to be tough testimony. We got a lot more to get through. So, yeah. This is kind of redundant.
Right side of Ms. Wood's neck. In the exit wound, which corresponded to the entrance wound on the back of her right shoulder.
So it's basically what we've already heard, you know,
Right upper
as
chest
they go
is
through the
the
photos.
identifier label. On the right
She
side of her neck,
described
you
them
can see
already.
additional entrance wounds. There's two wounds that went through her neck, entering on the right side. The one that is closer to her middle exited from the left side of her neck. The one that is further from her middle exited from the front part of her neck. It's underneath the chin, so you cannot see it in this photograph. And these wounds both went through muscle in the front part of the neck. 7 show close-up views of the entrance wounds on Ms. Lyric's neck. States Exhibit 86 shows the wound that was closer to the front. States Exhibit 87 shows the wound that was closer to the back of her neck. Entrance wounds on Ms. Lyric's right neck. So in this photograph, the front part of her neck would be towards the right of the photograph. The back part of her neck would be towards the left of the photograph. And you can see the 2 entrance wounds just above the autopsy identifier label. The one towards the right of the photograph is the one that is closer to the midline or her mid portion, and the one that is on the left side of the photograph is further from her midline.
State's Exhibit 90.
State's Exhibit 90 is a view of the left side of Ms. Wood's neck. Her head would be towards the top of the photograph, her chest towards the bottom of the photograph, the front part of her neck towards the left side of the photograph, and the back part of her neck towards the right side of the photograph. So we're looking at the left side of her neck. Above the autopsy identifier label is the exit gunshot wound. This corresponds to one of the entrances that was on the right side of her neck.
Describe what we're seeing on Ms. Woods' face here.
In State's Exhibit 85 shows the entrance wounds on the right side of her neck. On her right cheek are small red marks. These red marks are made by burned and unburned gunpowder particles striking the skin surface and leaving tiny scrapes or abrasions. We term this
Wow.
burn, and it is the burned and unburned flecks of gunpowder striking the skin surface. This indicates that the gunshot wound was close enough for those burned and unburned flecks of gunpowder to reach the skin surface. The exact determination of wound distance needs to be done through test fires in the lab. But when I'm seeing the stippling, it means the wound is, or the gun was held usually within a few feet of the victim.
Again, like I said earlier, it's almost as if they were running away and then he came up and did a couple shots close up. You know, these shots to the neck. I mean, make sure they can't tell on me. They're not going to survive this to snitch on me for what I've done or for whatever happened, you know. And that's just some theorizing, of course, based on the evidence.
Taking a look at States 91 and 92, can you describe for the jury what's the particular meaning of those?
State's Exhibits 91 and 92 show the entrance and exit wounds that go from the front part of the left shoulder to the back of the left arm. State's Exhibit 91 shows the entrance wound on the front part of Ms. Wood's left shoulder. The side of her arm would be towards the left of the photograph. Her chest would be towards the right of the photograph. Top of the shoulder towards the top and chest towards the bottom. The entrance wound is again above the autopsy identifier label, which shows the characteristics of an entrance wound. This wound went through muscle of the shoulder and left upper arm and exited from the back of the left upper arm. In State's Exhibit 92, you can see this exit wound above the autopsy identifier label on the back of Ms. Wood's left upper arm. And it entered her left shoulder and exited from the back of her left upper arm. Wound that went through Ms. Wood's left upper arm, State's Exhibit 93. On your left-hand side shows the entrance wound on the middle part of her left upper arm. State's Exhibit 94 on your right-hand side shows the exit wound on the back part of her left upper arm, again above the autopsy identifier label. For this particular wound, a portion of the bullet exited and a portion of the bullet was retained within the arm and recovered at the time of autopsy.
My God. This is just absolutely brutal. Hey, Kimberly. Mama Bear brings up a good point. We do know in 2024, they went to the jail to get 30 hairs from Issiah for a comparison in an essay kit. Mama Bear, if we're going to hear about it, I would think in the autopsy, I don't know. It's just all up in the air. I'm not sure if we will, but I hope that we hear the results one way or another. I think because it was brought up, we might. We'll see.
Again, a portion of that bullet exited and a portion stayed within the arm. Ms. Wood's left hand. This shows the scrape or abrasion that I spoke of before, which might be from a gunshot, which instead of entering the skin, grazed or scraped across the skin surface. since she had some decompositional changes, it doesn't have enough characteristics for me to say that's definitely what it was from. So it could be from a gunshot wound scraping against her hand, or it could just be from another blunt force injury or object without a sharp cutting edge impacting the skin surface with enough force that it rips away the outer layer of the skin.
Thank you, Tevin. Oh yeah, because tomorrow there's no court, right? Oh my gosh, so we might have an extra day to catch up. We could split the videos 3 hours today to tomorrow. Tomorrow's Martin Luther King Day, you guys. Okay, back on the stand. Now, I'm sorry, I do have to pause just for a second. Oh my gosh. You know what? It wasn't even boosting the audio. Wait, don't want to transcribe it either. I don't think it even boosted it because I didn't share it through YouTube. My gosh. Really, Alex? Come on. You got to do better than this. I'm letting y'all down all over the place today. Here we go.
Dr. Scott, other than the injuries that you've just described, were there other injuries that you observed during your examination?
Oh, Tevin, you
There were
will.
a few small additional scrapes and bruises on her body, specifically on her right knee.
And do you have any opinion about what might have caused those?
Those are caused by some blunt force injury. I can't say any more other than that an object, excuse me, an object without a sharp cutting edge struck the skin surface, or the skin surface struck an object without a sharp cutting edge to create those injuries.
Dr. Scott, in reference to the, we can take gunshot wound 2 for an example. There were some areas around the exit gunshot wound that you describe as superficial epidermal abrasions. Can you describe what you observed about those injuries?
There are areas where the skin was worn away, the outer layer of the skin or the epidermis was worn away surrounding that injury. I think a lot of what I was seeing there was due to post-mortem injury, so injury that occurred after death, largely through the activity of insects. It is possible that there was some object that struck the body surface there or pressed up against the body surface to cause those injuries.
And based on the autopsy of Lyric Woods that you've just described, were you able to form an opinion as to cause of death?
I was, yes.
And did you prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 97 and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, State's Exhibit 97 is a copy of the autopsy report that I prepared for Ms. Woods.
And is it a true and accurate copy of your report?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's Exhibit 97 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, States 97 will be admitted into evidence as substantive evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scott, did you also have an opportunity to review a toxicology report as a part of forming your opinion in this case?
I did, yes.
And can you describe what a toxicology analysis is?
Toxicology analysis tests for alcohol and sometimes other drugs that were present in the body at the time of death.
And what is the purpose of completing a toxicology analysis as a part of an autopsy?
We perform toxicology analyses to see if there are any substances that would be contributory to the death.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 98 and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, State's Exhibit 98 is a copy of the toxicology report for Ms. Woods.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the toxicology report that was generated in this case?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's 98 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. All right, States 98 will be admitted for substantive evidence, yes?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Scott, what were the results of the decedent's toxicology report?
In the case of Ms. Woods, we only tested for alcohols, not for other substances, which is our policy when we have an obvious cause of death, such as gunshot wounds at the time of initial autopsy. She had 40 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol or alcohol in her postmortem blood. That equates to a 0.04% blood alcohol concentration.
And what, if any, conclusions can you draw from those results?
Given that she had decompositional changes, I cannot draw many conclusions from those. As part of the decomposition process, there's fermentation that occurs that can produce alcohol. I cannot tell if the alcohol I'm seeing in her system is due to alcohol that was produced as part of that decomposition fermentation process, or whether it was due to alcohol that she consumed before her death.
Dr. Scott, what is your opinion?
Okay, so Tevin says, not trying to give anything away, but pay close attention when the defense cross-examines the toxicology report. Okay, so we will definitely do that. And I want to say there was another case that actually got me started talking about cases on YouTube, really, the Watts case. And Shanann Watts was a pregnant woman who was murdered by her husband, and she had alcohol in her autopsy report as well. And at the time, a lot of people tried to say, oh my God, she was drinking. And they said, no, this is common. When someone's been decomposing for a while, it's common. Think about other organic substances like fruit, for instance, that starts to rot, and many other things. They do, like she said, ferment. So I don't know. I'm not saying yes or no because we don't know. She would know more than me for sure. And we're going to keep listening and pay close attention during cross for sure. So we'll see what conclusions we can come up with. Just muted me. I am surprised that they didn't test for anything else. Like, I get it that's all they have to test for, but I'm sure they could. So that's kind of interesting. Okay.
And that's the cause of death in this case.
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Based on the injuries you've described, how long would someone remain alive after receiving those injuries?
It can vary
Manipulative.
dependent on particular characteristics, given that she had a number of gunshot wounds going through large areas of muscle, as well as a gunshot wound which went through 2 major organs and a major vessel. Anticipate that she would have at least lost consciousness within several minutes after the injuries, possibly sooner, and that she likely also would have died within several minutes. But there are exceptions to every rule. I have seen people who have lived for several hours after getting a gunshot wound straight through the heart.
And which of these wounds that
Wow.
Ms. Woods received would you categorize as the most serious?
The most serious was the wound which entered her left back and exited from her right abdomen, going through her left lung, her aorta, or major vessel that carries blood away from the heart, and her liver.
And what sort of consequences would those injuries have?
Those injuries would have caused bleeding within the body cavities, which I did appreciate at the time of autopsy. In addition to the blood loss itself, when there is blood within body cavities, it presses on the organs, preventing the organs from functioning properly, preventing the lungs from expanding as they are supposed to, preventing the heart from beating as it's supposed to because of that pressure of the fluid on the organs.
And how much blood did you observe when you did your internal examination
Observed
from that injury?
Observed 500 milliliters of blood in her left chest cavity, 300 milliliters in her right chest cavity, and 500 milliliters in her abdominal cavity.
I'm
Oh my
obviously not a
God.
doctor. Is that a lot?
That is a significant amount of blood. And we also need to take into consideration that that does not represent the total amount of blood that she lost, since there is some blood that comes out through the wounds, is left on her clothing, the scene, et cetera, not within her body cavities.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Did you also perform an autopsy on Devin Clark?
I did, yes.
Oh my God. Okay. Just a breather moment for a second. That's tough. I mean, hearing about all the blood in her chest and her stomach and all that, like, it's just, okay. In 500 milliliters, I think 5 milliliters is equivalent to a teaspoon. It's actually like 4.9. It's very close. So think about it like that. that's 100 teaspoons in each cavity, but the stomach and then one at the chest, and then the other one had 300 approximately. But okay, so breather moment. Now we're going to hear about Devin. I had listened to lyrics, not all of it, part of it, and I had decided like that, okay, I'm going to stream this, so I'm not going to listen anymore. And I was having to hold myself back from watching on my own, truly. This is going to be tough. Kevin, I am just going to tell you now, I am so sorry because you're here and I'm going to be thinking of you while we listen and the rest of his family and everything. And I'm just so sorry for all of you guys. My heart goes out to you. And if you don't want to listen again, you want to come back or not, or whatever, anything you want to do, we understand and, got your back. We got your back here. So, all right, here we go.
And when did you perform that autopsy?
Refer to my report again, that autopsy was also performed on September 20th of 2022.
And did you perform his autopsy before or after Miss Woods's? If you remember.
That was after Ms. Wood's autopsy.
Could you briefly summarize the findings of Mr. Clark's autopsy?
He had a total of 6 gunshot wound tracks on his body. There was a wound which entered his right upper back, went through his back into his neck, fractured 2 of the vertebrae in his neck, also injured the right internal jugular vein and right common carotid artery. These are the vessels, 2 major vessels that bring blood to and from the head, to and from the heart. The vein brings the blood from the head to the heart, and the artery brings the blood from the heart to the head. So both that vein and artery were injured in his right neck. And this wound exited from the side of his right neck. So again, entered the right upper back, went through the neck, injured 2 major vessels, a vein and an artery in the side of his neck, and exited from the right side of his neck.
The right upper back. Because when someone's trying to hurt you or fight you, they turn their back to you, right? And run away. Oh, okay. Because the self-defense claims are just falling apart as we go. I mean, the story makes no sense. Don't even know why you would try this. You guys are unbelievable. We've heard about one of the wounds so far, and the very first thing we hear, it went in his back.
There was also a gunshot wound which entered his right upper back, further from his midline. This wound went through his back, through his shoulder, fractured his right first rib before exiting from his right upper chest.
Another one in the fucking back.
Above the right
Excuse my
collarbone or
language.
clavicle. He additionally had a wound that entered his right buttock.
Oh
through
my
muscle
God.
Of his right thigh and exited from the front of his right thigh.
Oh my
Another
God.
gunshot wound entered the outside of his left foot, fractured bones in the foot and the ankle, and lodged within the foot. So I recovered that bullet from the foot. Looking back, I do believe I misspoke with one of the gunshot wounds. So I will correct myself now. The wound that entered the right upper back did not actually exit. It lodged above the right clavicle. So the one which entered from the right upper back went through the back and fractured the right rib. Did not actually exit. The bullet was retained within the body above the right clavicle or right collarbone. Returning to a new gunshot wound, he had a wound of the back of his head. This wound went through his right neck, through his right cheek, and exited from his right cheek.
Oh my God.
He also had a gunshot wound that entered above his right clavicle, went through tissue of the right shoulder, went through the right scapula or shoulder blade, and the projectile was recovered from muscle of his right back. So there were gunshot wounds in his right shoulder going in two opposite directions. One was entering and lodged in his back. One entered from the back and lodged in his front.
Okay, so you're telling me that every single wound entered his back. And I did not, I mean, 2 in his back, 1 in his butt, 1 in the back of his head, and 1 in his foot, and 1 wound in the front. 1 wound in the front. The fact that they have the nerve, and I understand representing your client, defending your client, you got to do it, it's your job. But the fact that they have the nerve to even claim self-defense and demonize this child as he's been murdered, executed while he was running away? That makes me so mad, because it's not like they're claiming, they are literally claiming that Devin killed Lyric and that this was self-defense. And he's shot in the back, in the back, in the butt, in the back of the head. Are you kidding me? Shame on you. Shame on you, Jonathan Trapp. And I'm serious. Like I said, I get defending your client, but I'll be goddamned. Demonizing a victim while you do it, whatever, do what you do. But then we're going to criticize you if we feel like it. And that is disgusting. That is disgusting. And Issiah Ross, I can't wait for you to just spend the rest of your days behind bars. Didn't even live outside in the free world to be old enough to buy a drink. And you will be spending, in my opinion, I hope and pray, and I do believe it will happen, the rest of your days behind bars. How dare you, both of you, get up here with that claim? I don't like it. I got a problem with it. And I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. I don't give I do not care. Oh, he has to defend his client. Oh, whatever. Okay, whatever. That's your opinion. This is my opinion. That's bullshit. I cannot believe he was shot in the back of the head. I didn't know that. And it came out of his cheek. It's absolutely disrespectful to the victims. It's disgusting. I get you have to defend your client. You do not have to try to smear the victim's reputation to do it. You don't. And it's not going to work, in my opinion, at all. The jurors hearing this, she started with the back. 1 here in the back, 1 here in the back, 1 in the buttocks, the foot, the back of the head. But self-defense? What?
And looking at states 102 and 103, can you describe for the jury what's depicted in these photos?
States exhibits 102 and 103 show the exit gunshot wound that corresponds to the entrance that we just saw. This
So
exit
sad,
gunshot
man.
wound is on Mr. Wood's right
So
neck.
sorry
In states exhibit
for everybody
103, which
involved
is on your right, you can see an overall view of the location of that wound.
and everyone who loved
It
him.
is a view of the right side of Mr. Wood's face and the right side of his neck. Gunshot wound again, and
She misspoke. She said Mr. Woods, but that's
from his right
she's
upper back, went through his
misspoke.
back into his neck, injured the right internal jugular vein and right common carotid artery. Those are the 2 major vessels that carry blood to and from the head and the heart. And then exited from the right side of his neck. And states exhibit 102, which is on your left, is a close-up view of that exit gunshot wound on the right side of Mr. Clark's neck. Jury, what's depicted in this photograph? States exhibit 104 shows the other entrance gunshot wound on Mr. Clark's right back. This one was further from his midline than the one that we saw previously. In this photograph, you can see the entrance wound just above the autopsy identifier label. The right side of his body is towards the right side of the photograph, left side of his body towards the left side. This is a view of his back.
his right shoulder.
What's he
is
even gonna
portrayed
say?
on top of the photograph.
Cross-examine this.
This
I just,
entrance wound corresponds to a recovered projectile. This is the one that I initially misspoke on and said it had an exit. It did not. It had a retained projectile. This wound track went through the right shoulder, injured the right rib, and lodged just above the right clavicle or collarbone. And what's in States 105? States Exhibit 105 is that projectile that I recovered from just above Mr. Clark's right collarbone.
oh my God. Oh my dear God. That's his mother. Oh,
And could you describe for the jury what's depicted in States Exhibits 106 and 107? States Exhibit 106 and 107 show entrance and
the woman rocking is Devin's mom.
exit wounds from Mr. Clark's right buttock to the front of Mr. Clark's right thigh. And the left-hand photograph, which is States Exhibit 106, there is the entrance wound just above the autopsy identifier label. Mr. Clark's right buttock is being held up by the gloved hand to see the entrance wound just underneath the buttock. His right leg is extending towards the bottom of the photograph. His left buttock would be towards the left side of the photograph. His right hip towards the right side of the photograph. So the view of the back of his right thigh. And right
Stephanie,
thigh.
that's a great point. Steph says, shame on the cameraman. We don't need to see his mom right now. And I agree with that. I don't think that you should be zooming in on her. I mean, showing the whole courtroom, like to show the effect on everyone or, you know, people's reaction or something just to like memorialize the moment or something. I could understand. But yeah, I agree. It's sad, man. You know, Tevin, I can imagine like what it must. I just was sitting here thinking about it as we watch, and you know, you never dream you're going to see the trial of the murder of one of your family members like this. Like, I can't imagine how that must feel for you. Even just that part of it. Like, this is something you guys probably never, ever, ever expected. Just sorry. And it's not fair. And then all the media attention on, you know, like just like the zooming in on her. That's
The entrance wound is just above there. That wound subsequently went through muscle of the right thigh and exited from the front of the right thigh. Those would be towards the bottom left of the photograph, and his left heel towards the bottom right of the photograph. The entrance
so
side
she's
is-
kind of described these. We'll skip to her going
Understand.
back on the stand. Oh, we get a break for a second. Let's skip through this. And here she comes back about 20 minutes later. Woo.
And on his
Okay. There we go.
Dr. Scott, other than the injuries you've just described using the photographs, were there any other injuries that you observed to Mr. Clark?
He had a few minor injuries. There were abrasions or scrapes.
Yeah,
below
let's hear
his
about this.
Right lip and on his left abdomen.
I wonder what
Based
from.
on the autopsy of Mr. Clark that you've
The
just
struggle,
described,
I guess.
were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of his death?
I was a gunshot wound of the back/neck with multiple other gunshot wounds contributory to death.
And did you prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Wow, even his cause of
I'll tell you what I marked for identification.
is a gunshot wound to the back.
Exhibit 14. and
Slash
I
neck.
recognize this.
Sorry, I was away from the mic plugging my phone in. But even the cause of death gunshot wound to backslash
State's
neck.
Exhibit 114 is a copy
But
of the
yeah.
autopsy report.
Sure, it was all self-defense. Okay. Just happens that both of them were shot in the backs multiple times, right? So how does that work with the self-defense claim? It's like after, I don't know. That makes no sense. Absolutely no sense to me,
That I
but
prepared
whatever.
for Mr. Clark.
And
Go
is that a
off.
complete and accurate copy of your autopsy report?
Jonathan
It is,
Trap.
yes.
You're right, this time I would move State Exhibit 114 into evidence as substantive report as a part of forming your opinion in this case.
I did, yes.
All right, let me try to mute and let
May I
y'all
proceed?
just listen for a minute without hearing my mouth.
Show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 115, and ask you if you recognize this document.
State's Exhibit 115 is a copy of the toxicology report for Mr. Clark.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the toxicology report you reviewed in forming your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right, this time I would move State's 115 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objection? All right, States 115 will be admitted as substantive evidence.
Dr. Scott, what were the results of Mr. Clark's toxicology?
Mr. Clark's toxicology showed 80 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol or alcohol in his blood at the time of death. This is equivalent to a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08%.
And what, if any, conclusions can you draw from that result?
As with Ms. Woods, no definite conclusions can be drawn. He also had decompositional changes at the time of autopsy. With decomposition, there is fermentation that occurs. This can produce alcohol after death through decomposition. So I cannot determine if the alcohol that's present in his system was due to production after death or if it was due to consumption of alcohol prior to death.
And what's your opinion as to cause of death in this case?
A gunshot wound of the back/neck with multiple other gunshot wounds contributory to death.
And which of these injuries you've described was the most serious?
The most serious was the gunshot wound which entered his right upper back and subsequently went into his right neck, injuring the right internal jugular vein and right common carotid artery, those two major vessels carrying blood to and from heart and head.
And what would be the consequences of those injuries?
Consequences would be bleeding or exsanguination from those two major vessels.
How long would someone remain alive after receiving that type of injury?
With injuries to two major vessels, again, I would expect unconsciousness to occur within several minutes and death to usually occur within several minutes after that. However, there are exceptions to every rule, so I cannot say for sure that that occurred in this case.
Did you perform sexual assault evidence collection on both decedents in this case?
I did, yes.
And can you describe that process?
Yes, with a sexual assault kit collection, swabs are taken of the oral cavity, of the anal cavity, of the external genitalia. If it is a female, of the vaginal cavity. We also take pulled hair samples from the scalp and from the pubic region, as well as pubic hair combings. Certain times we'll also take swabs of the hands and breasts.
And how do you decide when to perform a sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit is performed by our office when it is requested by law enforcement.
And what do you do with the swabs that you collect from a sexual assault kit?
The swabs and hair samples are placed in a box. That box is sealed with evidence tape, and it is given by me or a representative from our office to law enforcement.
And did you do that in this case with any samples that you collected?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Is this law enforcement just being thorough?
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 16 and 17 and ask you if you recognize these items. 116 and 117.
State's Exhibits 116 and 117 are the sexual assault kits that I collected for Ms. Woods and Mr. Clark.
And which is which?
117 is the sexual assault kit for Ms. Woods. 116 is the sexual assault kit for Mr. Clark.
And how are you able to tell that those are the sexual assault kits that you collected?
I can see my signature over the evidence tape seal that I placed on the box. I also see our unique autopsy identifier labels on the box with my initials on them.
Thank you very much. Are there other items that you turn over to law enforcement at the conclusion of an autopsy?
Yes, for a potential homicide case, we will also collect a blood spot card, spotting some of the decedent's blood on an absorbent card so that a sample of the decedent's DNA is saved. We hand that over to law enforcement, as well as any closed personal effects that the decedent came in with, and any projectiles or bullets that we recovered during the autopsy.
And what's the purpose of collecting the blood card?
The blood card is collected so that the lab will have a sample of the decedent's DNA if they need it for any comparisons.
And how is that collected?
A few drops of the decedent's blood are dropped onto an absorbent card.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 118 and 119, and ask you if you recognize first the exterior of these items.
I do not recognize the exterior of the items 118 and 119.
And why is that?
The items that I collect as evidence are sometimes placed in another envelope by the lab.
And how do you typically package the items that you collect?
I package them in an envelope with evidence tape over the envelope and my signature over the evidence tape.
For the record, I am removing the contents of States Exhibit 118. And I'll ask you, Dr. Scott, do you recognize what's included in States Exhibit 118?
Yes, States Exhibit 118 is the blood card that I took for evidence for Ms. Woods.
And does it appear to be in the same packaging that you placed it in at the crime lab? The medical examiner's office?
It does, yes.
Thank you. And I'll do the same for States Exhibit 119. And for the record, I'll remove the contents of States Exhibit 119 and ask you if you recognize this item.
States Exhibit 119 is the blood card that I collected for evidence for Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
I hate how her mouth isn't matching. Like, that drives me nuts. I can't stand it.
What other items do you provide to law enforcement?
We provide the clothing and personal effects, if there were any, and any bullets or projectiles that were recovered during the autopsy.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, let's try to see them strategizing. He's talking to her.
Sorry.
Goodness gracious.
The projectile is placed in an envelope and evidence tape
I
is
hate
placed
how
over
the mouth
envelope.
isn't matching. 138.59. We're refreshing this. No one is on the internet here. I came to my mom's to stream just for that purpose because it'd be more quiet and no one would be here on the internet. So
Exterior packaging of States Exhibits 120 through 123.
I do not know.
taking first State's Exhibit 120, I will remove the item from the exterior packaging and ask if you recognize this item. You can see it.
Neat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Didn't have to do that. Thank you, Nee. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. And thank you, Doo, and thank you, Tevin. You guys are being very sweet as well, and I appreciate you guys. And yeah, thank you. We'll take an intermission, and I'll tell you what it is, Tess, in a minute with a couple other things.
From the arm of Ms. Woods.
And does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as?
My earbuds are messing up. Sorry.
It does, yes.
Always technological issues.
And for the record, I will remove the contents of State's Exhibit 121.
Got less than 20 minutes of her left.
Items.
Oh, geez.
State's Exhibit 121 are the two pieces of the projectile that I recovered from the left foot of Mr. Clark.
And are those in the same or similar condition as when you recovered them?
They are, yes.
Did you get any of them, Neat?
And how about
Can't
the
tell.
contents of State's Exhibit 122, which for the record, I will remove from the exterior packaging.
Clark's
Same
right
thing.
shoulder, the projectile that was just above his right clavicle or collar.
Thank you.
Another one. Again, the mouse never matched up. Maybe that's not us. Oh, you know what? I bet it is. I saw this happen with a live stream in like the locale, which if you don't know, that's like a drama. It's like a drama community, and I'll go over there and watch stuff like when I'm not doing true crime. It's so much easier to it's something that doesn't require a lot of emotion or a lot of brain power to listen to and kind of unwind. But over there, when one of the hosts was doing a stream and they had bad internet, the mouths weren't matching. And then they like rebooted something and it fixed it and their mouth started matching again. So I'm wondering if it's maybe the internet. Okay, Tevin, I think the mouthing was off a good portion of so it must be them at the courthouse. The internet maybe isn't that isn't that good.
Finally, the contents of State's Exhibit 123.
I hate that. That sucks.
It is, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would, and I would also move State's 118.
Any objection?
No objection to State's Exhibits 118 and 119.
118 and 119 will be admitted into evidence.
Hey, Mo.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop, thank you.
Started licensed in 2012 and started your current position about your
Oh God, here we go. I got to take a second with y'all before we get into this because I can just feel it. I'm literally up in my seat on my hands and knees. Let me show y'all. I'm literally up on my knees in my chair like this, like watching like very close. The back of my chair is like turned around in my chair. I don't know what's gotten into me. My nerves are like so. I'm all in it. So just to break to decompress for a moment. Why do I look so pale? I guess the sunlight. I swear I'm not that pale. The bright light on my face is just doing it. Okay. Now, I know, Tess. Hope I don't fall. Just a moment to decompress before I have to listen to him and punch the air. Let me turn my thing around. It does seem to be going a little bit quick doo-doo, but they said 2 weeks. I guess we'll see. Kind of have to see once they switch it over to let him present his case, what he does. Okay, so just a little break, little sidebar. If you are part of the Discord, which is for members of the channel or the Patreon, there's a Wade Wilson documentary coming out on Peacock, and we're gonna watch it in there. I think it's Peacock, maybe it's Paramount. I don't know. There's something coming out. It's a new one, and it's Paramount, and it looks so good. I was talking to Melissa Jade about it, and I want to watch it, and I think that'd be the perfect place to watch it in there together. So that's what we're gonna do in there very soon, as soon as it comes out, which I think it's Monday. If anybody knows the exacts, let me know. And then the other thing I was going to say is the munchies that I brought, so that my stomach wouldn't be growling all up in the mic and stuff, were from Trader Joe's, and they are so good. Angie, a friend of mine, Angie, some of you guys know her from the channel, lives in Canada, and this is a big thing there. Just quickly, let me just see if I can show you. They're honeycomb candies. Like, it's like some kind of toffee stuff with chocolate on the outside. It's actually really very good, but I can't even eat. I've ate like 2 pieces since we've been watching because I'm starving, but I'm too anxious right now to eat. Hell, y'all seen me. I had my chair turned around. I was up on my knees in the chair, like not breathing. And now we got to listen to Jonathan Trapp do his freaking cross-examination. Let's see what he has to say. Hopefully it's not that frustrating. Hey, Connie, I see you. I'm just listening. No worries about the mouse. Yeah, don't watch. Look away. That'd be better. Okay, the 20th. So 2 more days. Yes, that will be fun. I'll go in there and try to see what time works for you guys. And he said he's going in person Tuesday, but he wasn't able to make it last week. I know the first part, but okay. Let's go.
Good morning, Dr. Scott.
Good morning.
Oh, jeez.
You started your conversation with Ms. Orr talking about.
There's no reason that his voice should annoy me, okay? He's done nothing to me. I don't know the man personally, but just the simple fact of their defense and the way that it smears one of the victims' freaking reputations, which, guess what? He doesn't have any more life to fix. Like, he got a bad reputation for a while. Some people can, correct that as they're older. And no, unfortunately, he doesn't have a life anymore because of your client. So it really pisses me off that you have the nerve to demonize him and smear his name. It ain't right. So I'm at the point where even his voice annoys me. So let's go. Get into it. I'll try to stay muted because y'all don't want to hear my ass right now.
In education. You mentioned that you became licensed in 2012 and started your current position in 2013.
That's correct, yes.
And between that time of becoming licensed in 2012 and 2013, were you training, interning, being mentored to be a medical examiner, or were you practicing as a doctor in a different way?
I was in my final training year, which is a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of North Carolina.
And so you've been a medical examiner for going on 13 years now. Is that about right?
And that's correct.
And I assume in those 13 years, you've probably performed at least 1,000 autopsies.
Close to about 2,800 now.
More than 1,000. And so you have had experience dealing with individuals with different types of injuries and different causes and manners of death. Is that right?
And that's correct, yes.
So you talked about, I'll first go with the toxicology and then work my way backwards. For each individual, you did a toxicology report. Is that right?
I reviewed the toxicology report. The report's written by our toxicologist.
And so you don't actually perform that test, but do you give them the blood or give them the material that they test for the toxicology?
Yeah, the cause of death was gunshot wound. One of them, if we want to be exact, was a gunshot wound to the back/neck. So yeah, focus on toxicology, buddy. What's your angle here?
Information.
Yes, I provide
That
samples
makes
that are
so
tested.
much sense.
And you mentioned that it was blood, that it wasn't some other item that you give them. Is that right?
The levels that I quoted were for blood. For Mr. Clark, I believe they also did testing on the urine sample that I gave.
And you mentioned, I think for Mr. Clark, it was about 80 milliliters.
Yes,
And then
So-
for
so what?
Ms. Woods, it was 40 milliliters. Is that right?
40 milligrams per deciliter. Yeah.
And you had
Oh,
discussed
God.
that
Here
you
we
can't
go.
really determine what was the cause of that alcohol result. Is that right?
And that's correct. It might have been from consuming alcohol prior to death. It might have been from production of alcohol through the decomposition process.
Typically, when you do autopsies and this information gets sent for toxicology, do you test for any other drugs?
It is our office policy in cases where there is an obvious cause of death, such as gunshot wounds at the time of autopsy, that we only test for alcohols unless additional testing is requested by somebody outside the office.
And in this case, there wasn't additional testing requested.
There was not, no.
Could additional testing verify or determine if this alcohol was consumed prior to or was a result of decomposition after death?
It could not, no.
Now, when looking at each of these individuals,
I don't give a shit if he drank a fifth of liquor and smoked an ounce of weed. I really don't. You still can't shoot someone in the back while they're running, claim it's self-defense. I'm sorry. Okay, let me just let it play. Because honestly, really, what does it change? I mean, sure, it could be like why a fight might have escalated or something, but with their claims, what does it change? I just don't understand. But
Individuals,
whatever.
Ms. Woods
Focus on
and
this
Mr.
to keep
Clark
their
separate.
attention
You
off all
talked
the
about
other stuff, I
entrance wounds
guess.
and exit wounds.
That's correct, yes.
And I think the word you used was a wound tract, not just a wound. Is that right?
And that's correct. A wound track would correspond to the entrance and the exit and the path through the body.
And I in your report and believe here on the stand, you talked about how you can't really determine which injury occurred first or which wound track was one or which wound track was two. But in your autopsy, can you tell or determine maybe a wound occurred while a person was alive versus postmortem?
The wounds that I saw in both decedents had hemorrhage or bleeding within the wound tracks, which would indicate to me that they were alive at the time that the wounds occurred.
And then you talked about entrance wounds are more oval and maybe uniform, and
Hey,
even
Brandy.
the idea of stretching and coming back together. Is that right?
Oh my God.
Yes, with an entrance wound, if you stretch it, it will not come back together. With an exit wound, if you stretch the skin in a certain direction, it will come back together.
Now, for Ms. Woods, you mentioned that there were 7 tracts versus Mr. Clark, you said there's 6.
That's correct, yes.
In looking at these tracks, can you determine whether or not one bullet created an entrance for versus a bullet maybe having 2 entrance wounds?
It is possible for a bullet to have 2 entrance wounds, especially when there are wounds that go through an extremity like a hand or an arm. It's possible for a wound to go through a hand and then re-enter elsewhere on the body. I do note in my report for Ms. Woods that the gunshot wound that went through her right thumb very well could have re-entered someplace else on the body, depending on where her hand was in relation to the rest of her body. And there's no way for me to tell at autopsy where that hand was in relation to the rest of her body. If that hand was overlying her neck where she had entrance wounds, it's possible for a gunshot wound to have gone through her hand, exited, and then re-entered through the neck. So that is a possibility.
All right, let's just take a look at this for just a second, okay? What are the chances that this is not the same killer for both of these children? They both are shot multiple times in the back. Okay. They both then were shot a time or a couple times in the front, like at an up close range with Lyric in her neck, where the gunshot residue actually burned her face. There shot 6 and 7 times around the same amount of times. Both have multiple injuries in the back, and one or two, like it's as if they were running away or something. And then he tried to go up to them and fire, a couple last shots off to make sure they couldn't tell what he had done, that they wouldn't survive it. And that's exactly how it seems to me. And with their injuries being so similar, the similar amount of gunshot wounds, similar type of injury, how believable does it make any logical sense at all that this was a self-defense thing and Devin killed Lyric and then Isaiah killed Devin? No, it does not make sense at all to me. At all. You guys let me know. Does it make sense to you? I mean, as frustrating as this is, I am absolutely confident he is going to prison for life. Neat. That makes me feel better. And I think you're right. I really do. It's so rare. Almost every trial we watch, they are found guilty. Karen Reed, for a good reason, was not, and thank you, Neat. Okay, you guys. So Tevin, who's been in the chat, and if some of you guys came in late, he is Devin's cousin. He has check out his YouTube link if you're into how do you say it? The tiles that we were talking about in the chat. If you're in the chat, and if you want to check it out, he has a website for his business. Neat shared with us. So you guys can check it out and support his business. If you're doing that anyways, that'd be awesome. And yeah, it makes no sense at all. Let's keep going.
And in your experience, you mentioned you've done a lot of autopsies. Are you able to determine what type of bullet or projectile caused the injury, maybe caliber or size?
The caliber of the bullet is beyond my level of expertise. That is done by the ballistics expert from the lab.
When speaking about Miss Woods, you talked about an injury to the neck and that it had stippling or burns, and that kind of showed the distance of that injury. You recall that?
It didn't have burns. It had stippling, which is burned and unburned flecks of gunpowder that strike the skin surface and leave tiny abrasions or scrapes where they hit the skin surface.
But in all the other injuries for Miss Woods and for the injuries from Mr. Clark, you did not mention such a term of stippling or burn or close in proximity. Is that right?
That's correct. For all of the other entrance wounds, aside from the 2 on Ms. Wood's neck, there was no soot or stippling present on the skin surface. This usually indicates that the gun was held more than several feet away when it was being fired at the decedent. However, we can never completely rule out that there was some intermediary object in between gun and body surface that absorbed those gunpowder particles, preventing them from hitting the body surface. Even a thick layer of clothing can serve as an intermediary object that absorbs those gunpowder particles, making it look like a more distant range shot when really it was closer, but that intermediary object was in between gun and skin surface.
But to be clear, we can't tell the distance of any of those other guns.
That's correct. For the other wounds, we determine them indeterminate range, meaning I can't tell what range they were. I can't tell if they were far enough away that none of those particles are striking the skin surface, or if they were closer, but there's some object blocking those particles from hitting the skin surface.
And we talked about the manner and cause of death. Those are the things that you can determine.
That's correct, yes.
And we talked about cause for both individuals. That would be gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then manner, that's like the term homicide. Is that right?
Yes. For manner of death, we have 5 choices: homicide, accident, suicide, natural, or undetermined.
In your observation of these wounds, you mentioned you can't tell the order in which they occurred. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You can't tell maybe the height or size of the person who may have fired the gun. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you can't tell which individual was injured first, can you?
That's also correct, yes.
Can you mentioned you can't tell the caliber specifically, whether it was a 40 caliber or 226 or 9, anything of that nature. Can you tell by the wounds if the wounds were caused by the same firearm?
I cannot tell if the wounds were caused by the same firearm. There is no scientific way to do that.
You mentioned that Mr. Clark had some abrasions on his face.
He had an abrasion or scrape, I believe, below his right lip. Let me refer to my report to make sure I'm saying that correctly.
Any little thing he can try to use, which, okay,
Below
whatever.
the right lip,
That's what
he
they
had
do.
a
It's just
scrape or
annoying.
abrasion.
And that abrasion would show that that injury occurred prior to passing away. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And could an abrasion like that have come from an altercation, like a fight?
That's one possibility. All that I can say is that injury was caused by a blunt object, so an object without a sharp cutting edge striking the skin surface, or the skin surface striking an object without a sharp cutting edge.
No, she said,
In addition,
right. They can't tell if the wounds came from the same firearm, but they can tell that the wounds were all from a 9mm handgun, and they don't, and they know that the shell casings all came from the same gun. But just by she means just by looking at the wounds. Hold on one second, you guys. This little puppy. One second. So sorry about that, you guys. Now I got to go wash my hands. I smell like a puppy that got wet in the rain. But yeah, so she's just saying that by the wounds alone, you can't tell if it was two different 9mm or something. They just know they did retrieve a couple pieces of the bullets that were left in the victims. And we had heard earlier that all the shell casings were fired from the same gun. Yes, they were different brands. Some of them maybe were this brand and some that brand, but they all were fired from the same gun. So, yeah. Okay.
in addition to checking for manner and cause of death, you also said you performed a sexual assault kit. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that was upon request of law enforcement?
Yes.
And that sexual assault kit, you said that you took samples or information from or data from face and extremities like hands and feet, or where did you get this information from for the sexual assault kit?
Let me see what I exactly took it from in these cases. Did not take from hands in these cases. For Ms. Woods, took swabs from the oral cavity, the rectal cavity, and the vagina and the external genitalia. For Mr. Clark, I took swabs from the oral cavity, the anal cavity, and the external genitalia.
In your time as a medical examiner, have you ever been asked to get gunshot residue, do a gunshot residue test?
We generally do not do that at the time of autopsy. That is a test that's better done sooner rather than later for higher yield information. So we will usually request that law enforcement does that at the scene rather than holding it until we get the body.
And then you said
You've already
you
been
took
told
a
about that,
blood
dude.
card for each individual.
That's correct, yes.
And then once that blood
Jesus.
card is taken, I think you said blood is put on an absorbent cloth
An absorbent card, yes.
card, and then that is packaged so that it can go to the lab, or does it go back to law enforcement?
I hand it to law enforcement, and usually it eventually makes its way to the lab via law enforcement.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Mm. I'm curious why they requested that, but like no other drug test. I would think young teens, like I would do a drug test. I would do like just to see if there were any other substances at play. Not that I think these kids were doing anything like that, but you never know, especially if kids are out just having fun, or I don't know,
I think it was on his side.
trying to
or rib,
party or something.
His left abdomen, yes.
left abdomen, and that was an injury that would have been caused while he was still alive. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that could have come from some type of hit or blunt force trauma.
Yes, again, it's a blunt force injury. I cannot say any more than it was caused by an object without a sharp cutting edge hitting the skin surface, or the skin surface falling on and hitting such an object without a sharp cutting edge.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Could have been from falling. You know what I mean? Or anything. Come on. I walk around covered in bruises. Y'all should see my
No,
feet.
Your Honor, thank you.
If I
Doctor, thank
if I was shot and killed and there was an autopsy done on me, the amount of injuries all over my body, I have blood blisters on like 3 toes. I stub my toe like every day. I don't know why. I have bad depth perception. I think my vision is wonky. But I mean, you know, and I know you can tell if injuries are healing, right? Or if old bone, you know, just if injuries are healing in general. But still, I would have a ton of injuries. Hell, I have a scratch right now on my face, and y'all seen me like 2 weeks ago with the sleepwalking giant thing on my face. Now I've got, it's just all over. I'm just like that because I'm super clumsy. Like I'm dropping stuff all the time. I'm running into stuff. I'm stubbing toes because I'm trying to do a million at all times. I'm usually doing several things at once, and I should probably not do that. But yeah, so I mean, yes, he had a couple other injuries, but I don't think that we can really say that means anything.
you so much for being with us.
So.
Any objection to releasing?
Oh, okay, now we're done.
From her subpoena obligations.
No, Your Honor.
No objection from the defense.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much.
Take this
All
down.
right, we're at our noon. Oh, no, we're not.
Not
Can't
quite.
tell time. All right, state's next witness. My apologies.
Your Honor, my next witness is walking over from the sheriff's office as we speak.
And who will that be?
That will be Investigator Walter Vila.
Investigator Walter Vila.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Walter Vila, Walter, V as in Victor, ILA,
And where are you employed?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity are you currently working there?
I am an investigator.
And how long have you been an investigator?
Add it to my notes. Hold on.
Probably since about here at the Sheriff's Office, since probably 2021, maybe
And when did you start at the sheriff's office?
2018.
Were you in law enforcement prior to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
I was at the UNC Hospitals Police Department.
And what were your duties there?
I was also an investigator there.
What are your
Right.
total years of experience in law enforcement?
Since 2012, I was sworn in.
And were you working at the sheriff's office?
Decade
as an
at this
investigator back in
time.
September of 2022.
I was.
And do you recall responding to an area on Buckhorn Road in reference to a death investigation?
Yes.
And
I
can
did.
you describe what happened when you arrived there?
Yeah, so I arrived. It's a power easement just east of Buckhorn Road, right there on Yarborough. I arrived. There was a couple investigators and some deputies.
I look forward to hearing about this. Because I've been at that memorial spot where their memorial was, which is where they were found. I can just visualize it. Even if, you know, you haven't been, you can see tons of pictures and stuff. I'll go find some of my old videos before we come on tomorrow for the next half of this day. We're not going to do it all today. We're just going to finish this last hour. We have 1 hour left, 50 minutes left. And then tomorrow we'll do 2 hours because I do want to have some time to talk about other cases if I'm interested. You know, if there's something that comes up that I want to talk about in the while we're doing this. But I always want to hear more about the scene and how they were found and that kind of stuff, you know? Okay, so Tevin says, I think there's more to come from this. In the beginning, arguments the defense stated one of the purposes to meet up that night were for adult activity. So a chatter was saying that, Tevin, one of you guys, I can't remember who it was, one of you guys just a few minutes ago. And I don't know how I missed that in the opening. Hey, Seven, I didn't hear it. So that's very interesting. Why didn't we get the results of the SA kit? I guess maybe a lot of times at other trials when it comes to like blood staining and stuff like that, or with a child who's thrown up in their bed, we've seen that before. the person who takes the test does the swabs, for whatever test to see what that is or what's in it, whether it's blood, vomit, whatever kind of bodily fluid, usually is not the one who tells us. It's usually the lab who comes in and tells, we got the test. I received this sample from the medical examiner's office, or I received this sample from the police. I did this test on it, and this was the result. That's kind of, so I think we will hear the results later. Now, between who? I don't know. Neat says, interesting. I don't get the big deal, though. What teen hasn't tried to sneak out to do stuff they probably shouldn't? Exactly. I don't get the big deal either, especially if the defense brings it up. What are you trying to say? It doesn't really matter. Let's say they met up to have sex. Let's say they met up to have a threesome. I don't think that's what happened at all. I'm just saying, let's say, okay, if it's that. And they were doing like even tons of drugs and drinking. Still don't have a right or a good reason to kill them and like chase them down while they're running and kill them. However this happened. So I guess it might tell the story. It's just interesting. The defense brings it up as like I don't know. I guess we'll see. I can't remember. Is the defendant known to either victim? Yes. But honestly, there was very little that came out about this in the beginning, and then I didn't hear about it. So I'm waiting to hear more at the trial. We know that Jordan's mom said, why do I always do that? Lyric's mom. Why do I try to call her Jordan? Like it just sticks in my brain. Lyric's mom hadn't heard Devin's name. But we know that she sent her location to him at 1:47, I think it was. Her mom told us that when she was on the stand. So she was meeting him. And it seems like he might have just wanted Issiah for the ride. I don't know. I know that Issiah and Devin knew each other. They went to the same school. I don't think they knew each other well, but they might have. Maybe Tevin, you can answer this for us. Was Devin's mom was Isaiah's mom dating Devin's uncle? Because that was what was reported in the beginning. And I don't want to repeat it as if it's true, but it was said that like the uncle took him out of state when he left state and ran. And then Tevin says the only thing it's going to give is for the defense to argue the fact that Devin was 18 and she was 14. Yeah, but I mean, they're both in high school, but yeah. 14, 17, and 18. I bet you she's probably in 9th grade and they're in like they're junior or seniors. I don't know for certain. That's just a guess. Okay, here we go.
On scene already. Kind of gave me just a quick.
Now I am going to go
going
smoke
on.
now. But I'll talk to you while I get my extra clothes on because it's
to
cold.
just help or assist Investigator Baldwin process evidence, help him do anything I could just to get the scene tidied up the way he wanted to.
And what kinds of things did you help him do?
So he did all his photographs and stuff. I helped him put markers and flags on items that he deemed necessary. He also designated some points that we would take measurements off of, so we could triangulate those pieces of evidence, just so the scene could be reconstructed if it ever needed to.
And did you assist with locating items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Like so I guess I should have mentioned, when we get there, before we start marking things, we try to find the things first. So yeah, I assisted with that as well.
And how do you do that?
Just walked around the general area of the scene, just trying to get an idea for where things might be, where things could be. Really just walk around very carefully and try to do the best we can to try to locate items.
And when you were there, were the bodies of the two folks still there?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And did you have an opportunity?
Thank you so much, Tevin. Thank you, because I had heard that and I did not want to repeat it as if it was true. But that was what was reported in the beginning. Tevin says my cousin was dating Isaiah's mom. So Devin's cousin as well was dating Isaiah's mom at the time of the incident, which is how he came to know Devin, because we all lived less than a mile from each other. Was your cousin Devin's cousin or Devin's uncle? And you all lived less than a mile from each other, even Isaiah and Devin? Once, I guess, Isaiah, wait, let's see. The cousin and the mom started dating.
You need to observe them.
I did.
Thank
What
you.
did you observe about them?
So you get
So
it right.
I observed the two bodies. It was a young African-American kid, and then the young Caucasian female that were both, say, like perfectly positioned, but they were laying on their backs with their arms spread out, almost like their bodies made a T, and they were like just right next to each other in the same manner, faces up to the sky.
On the 18th, when you were helping investigator Baldwin, did you actually collect any items of evidence?
I did not. I let him package and process everything.
And then I want to draw your attention to the following day, Monday, September 19th. What, if any, steps did you take regarding this investigation on that day?
So the following day, I went through the area of Buckhorn. I'm just looking for any place that might have cameras, anything that would help forward the investigation. I was pretty unsuccessful getting anybody to the door or having anybody that had a camera that would be visible towards the road. I did make contact with a person just south of the crime scene. They stated they really hadn't seen anything, but they were out that night, and it's a rural area, so he said sometimes shooting is kind of like here and there, so nothing notable. However, I also went to the intersection of West 10 and Buckhorn Road. There is a car dealership there, and I know that they have surveillance system just working prior cases that looks at that intersection. So we took one of our IT technicians and we went there and just grabbed a chunk of time from the DVR so that we could bring it to the office and evaluate it.
Did you also?
I don't know where the footage is where she's talking to one of the investigators showing his body cam. I watched it in the first day of court. But I think it's best anyways that we don't play it. So if they fast forward through anything graphic, but you do see a split second of them laying there kind of off to, and they're positioned. It looks like, if that is what I believe is them, I hate to even talk about it like this, so I'm so sorry. They are laying exactly parallel to each other. And you can see what they mean, exactly what they're saying here and describing. So the way he placed them. I mean, if this was a self-defense fight and he killed Lyric, why would he place them like that? Okay, Tevin says we are all cousins. The cousin that dated Isaiah's mom and Devin said are first cousins. Okay, so it was Devin's second cousin dating Isaiah's mom. Their moms are sisters, which one sister is Devin's grandmother and my grandmother is the other sister. That makes perfect sense. My grandma had a bunch of sisters and I had a ton of cousins from them. And so that just makes perfect sense to me. So thank you, Tevin, so much for sharing. Yes, it does. Okay, here we go. Is it known if Lyric knew Isaiah? She sent coordinates to Devin, so she must have known him. Now, Isaiah was new to this area, and so I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. Don't know yet anything about that. No, Devin's cousin dated Isaiah's mom, Mama Bear. He's saying that the cousin that dated Isaiah's mom and Devin's dad are first cousins. So the cousin that is dating Isaiah's mom is Devin's second cousin. Okay.
also respond to an address in Mebane on Holt Street?
I did.
Whose residence was that?
So it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was 705 West Holt Street. To my understanding, it was the residence where Clark was reported missing, across the street from the residence where he had been reported missing. So I just wanted to see if maybe there was some surveillance camera on that residence across the street or nearby that could help us, maybe with a vehicle or something like that. There was a ring camera on that house. However, the owners had purposely set the perimeter so that it didn't pick up any vehicular traffic on the road because it would just be constantly going off. So unfortunately, wasn't able to get anything from there.
And on the 19th, did you also return to the area where the bodies were found?
I did.
And why were you returning there?
So I returned with now Lieutenant Hendricks to the scene. I think there was some item that might have been located by family. So we returned just to make sure, follow up. And I remember I was standing on the gravel there, and I guess the sunlight just must have hit the object perfectly. I caught a glint of something metal. I looked down, and it was what I recognized to be a spent shell casing.
And how were you able to recognize that as a spent shell casing?
I have a lot of experience with firearms. We obviously had collected some the day before. So it looked to me like a shell casing. I looked at it a little bit closer. It looked like what I recognize as a 9mm shell casing. And so I went back to my vehicle, put on some gloves, got a evidence bag, and put the item into evidence, sealed it up, and gave it directly to Investigator Baldwin once I got back to the office.
What kind of envelope did you place it in?
I don't know. I don't recall exactly what kind of envelope it was. It was an evidence. So at the time, I was specifically assigned to narcotics investigations. So I can't remember what my recollection is that it was a clear bag, something that we use very regularly. When we come across narcotics, we'll put it in those bags. We'll write date, time. We'll bring it back to the office. We'll process it. We'll test it. We'll weigh it, and then we'll put it in the appropriate evidence bag at that point. So we don't waste evidence bags. And I think that's all I had available on me at the time. So I kind of did the same thing, dated it, put a time, and then sealed it up and brought it straight to.
Tevin is, I guess, I think it might be, is this him, your cousin, that's also Devin's cousin that testified that was with seeing Isaiah's mom? We were going to watch that today, but since there's no court tomorrow, we're going to do this 2-hour part tomorrow. So if that is him, we'll see it and hear from him tomorrow. I'm going to try really hard not to click and watch it anyway. But because I have like limited time of the day, I wish there was about 10 more hours in every day. Seriously, cannot get enough done. Also knowing I don't have to get like lunchbox stuff and everything ready tonight is good. I'll have less to do because Jesus, there's so much to do and there's never enough time to do it.
To Investigator Baldwin. That's the best of my
Right.
recollection.
And based on your knowledge of Investigator Baldwin's processes, do you think he would have repackaged that in a different way?
Yes, absolutely.
And I know you said you have lots of experience with firearms. You don't have to go into a lot of detail, but would you just give the jury a little bit of your background?
Yes, ma'am. So I am a firearms instructor for the agency. I'm also a team leader on the SWAT team. I used to do recreational shooting before I was in law enforcement. Obviously, in law enforcement, I have to carry a firearm, so I have a lot of experience.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
May.
Investigator Vila, I will show you what.
I just want to say, like, I'm so sorry again for your whole family, Tevin. You know, having to testify like this, it's all very, very hard and it's not fair. And I'm sorry. It makes me sad for him. Now, all of his personal business, he's got to get up there and talk about who he's dating. And nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants, well, I don't want all my life picked apart by the government in any way. You know, that's why if you missed my live from a couple of days ago, you guys that are here, my local police actually did accuse me of taken someone's life. Now they cleared me from it, but the way that they came to my house it was just a crazy story, true story, recent story. Check it out. But like that, I don't want them all up in my business. Nobody does. So not only have you guys all lost your loved one, but then you got to testify about like, I don't know. It sucks. Just want to say that.
Previously been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 75 and ask you if you
Boho.
recognize this item.
Mama Bear, thank you for being a member. 36 months, by the way. I meant to say that when I paused. I cannot believe that. It's crazy. And thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. And yeah, it's a long time and I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay.
And what is State's Exhibit 75?
Showcasing.
36 freaking months.
And looking at the exterior of State's Exhibit 75, it says collected by W. Vila.
Yes, ma'am.
But is this the packaging that you put that showcasing in?
I believe that was repackaged from Investigator Baldwin.
And for the record, I'm removing the contents of State's Exhibit 75. I am wearing a glove. And Investigator Vila, do you recognize the item contained in State's Exhibit 75?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is contained in State's Exhibit 75?
It's spent showcasing.
And does this appear to be the same or similar to the showcasing you collected on September 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
The same.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The same.
All right, this time I would move State's Exhibit 75 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard outside the presence of the jury?
Ladies and gentlemen, we just need a couple moments, so I'm going to have you walk back down to the jury room. If y'all would please leave your notebooks on your chairs, and everybody else, please remain seated. Mr. Trapp.
Your Honor, I was listening to Investigator Vila's testimony, and I wasn't quite sure who actually found this item. And I was going to ask if I could void dire because I feel like there might be a little disconnect as to, was it Sergeant Hendricks? Was it Investigator Vila? Did someone call them and say they found something? And I guess before we kind of went down this road, I figured I'd ask. I didn't want to object to being introduced because that has been introduced, but there are just some things that I learned just now that I didn't have here.
I'm not sure it actually has been admitted into evidence.
It was not admitted, Your Honor.
Okay.
But yes, you may void dire the witness.
Investigator Vila,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned that you were on scene the day before on September 18th.
Yes, sir.
And you helped Investigator Baldwin and maybe some other officers kind of walk the scene and look for evidence.
Yes, sir.
You said that you yourself didn't collect it, but you helped kind of locate and him mark it so that he could collect it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I put some placards down as well, just based on whatever he deemed appropriate.
Okay. And then at some point, the scene was cleared.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that on the following day, you went back to that area to find cameras and footage to see if maybe there was something visible you could see that might identify a person or a car or something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you even mentioned some locations that you went to, a car dealership, a house, so on and so forth.
Your Honor, objection at this time. This is not on the subject on which Mr. Trapp asked to take Investigator Vila on voir dire.
I'm kind of getting back to where we were. So
Mr. Trout, I feel like we're gonna hear these questions again in a little bit, but we focus first on him going back and
Well,
finding the evidence.
Why did you respond back to the area on Buckhorn and Yarborough?
So Investigator Hendricks had advised me that he'd gotten information. There might be a personal item that was located by family there at the scene. So I was just going to accompany him. Just as a good rule of thumb, we always do things in pairs if we can. I'll just have a witness. We went back to follow up on that. And I was just standing around on the gravel there, and I happened to catch this item, and I had to collect it. I mean, I thought it pertinent to the case, so I collected it.
So to be clear, you didn't receive any information. Sergeant Kendrick received information that there might be additional evidence at the scene.
Yeah, my recollection is that I did not receive a direct phone call. I was asked to accompany him. Yes, sir.
And when you arrived, or prior to your arrival, were you told what you should be looking for?
Yeah, I think it was like a telephone cord or something like that.
And did you recover that telephone cord?
I did not. No, sir.
But in looking for the telephone cord, you then found a shell casing.
Yes.
And that shell casing was found where?
It was found right there on the scene. The exact location, it was just, I don't know if I noted it, it was just right there on the gravel. Exactly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you and be accurate.
Roundabout, was it near the road?
It was, so I do, actually, I do recollect, I think I did note it on my report. So the day before, it should be noted on Investigator Baldwin's, ledger of evidence items, wherever the red slides, I believe, that were located, that shell casing was near where the red slides were located.
Okay. So this was an area that you had maybe walked over before, but you're saying you just didn't notice it the day before?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, did you get there first or Sergeant Hendricks get there first?
To the best of my recollection, I believe we got there about the same time. I think we came from the office together. It was the best I can remember.
And there were no other officers there?
No other officers there that I remember.
Thank you, Judge. That's no further questions.
Oh my God. Okay, dude. Bring the jury back in, man. Come
Investigator
on.
Vila, are you the person who spotted the shell casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you the person who collected it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
I believe I made in my report a note that I located it near the location.
Where was State 75, the shell casing located?
Oh, it was located there on the
The
scene.
jury's back in
And
now.
I believe I made in my report a note that I located it near the location where red slides were found
And those red slides were found when?
the day before.
And what was it that you and Sergeant, at the time, Sergeant Hendricks were
My
out
son
there
has red
looking for? Do you
slides.
recall?
Yeah, I believe it was a telephone cord that maybe some family had located somewhere about the scene there, and we were tasked to go follow up on that.
Did you locate that item on the scene?
I did not.
And did you collect anything else from the scene other than State's Exhibit 75?
No, ma'am.
Did you locate anything else on the scene? Any other shell casings, anything?
No, ma'am.
And do you have any knowledge of whether this phone cord that you were looking for was ever located?
Not direct knowledge. No, ma'am. Direct, yes, ma'am.
Those are all the questions I have for Investigator Vila. Thank you.
Mr. Trapp, Cross?
Yes, please. Investigator Vila, on the 18th, do you recall how many officers you were walking along with looking for and identifying evidence with Investigator Baldwin?
Obviously myself, Investigator Baldwin, now Captain.
His cross-examination is going to go about 10 minutes, and then we're going to hear from remember the guy at the beginning that we were listening to, Officer Ray, I think it was, that we messed up and played the second half first. We're going to get to his testimony. Since we're going to hear his full testimony, tomorrow, the second half. Should I wait or should I just go ahead and play it? Because it looks like they have another voir dire issue where they have to remove the jury and do some sort of questioning. I think that's how it appeared. So let me know what you guys want to do. We still have about 30 minutes if we listen to his testimony today, or we can wait and do it all at once since, they took a lunch break in between and that's why it's broken up, but it would be a whole day in between for us.
Jeffrey was on scene and Major Wood, I believe, was on scene.
And do you you have an idea of how long you guys were kind of identifying and walking the scene looking for items?
I mean, it's a
But
tedious
still
process.
wanted
We were there
to.
I remember the sun coming down, for sure. It was dark when we left.
But when you arrived, the sun was up.
Yes, sir.
Would you estimate it was at least an hour, maybe two?
No, when I got there, it was, I believe it was 3:30 when I got there. It's in my report.
And so you're saying it might be more than an hour. Or two.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
And there are a number of items that were identified or found on that first day, September 18th.
Yes, sir.
And you even mentioned, I believe when you were with Investigator Baldwin, not only did you help him walk the scene and find items, you helped put the placards down, the numbers down for each of these items so that they could be identified. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And after you helped him do that, were there other things that you helped him with that day on the 18th?
No, I mean, probably help him take equipment back to the vehicle, just get the stuff back into his car.
And then the following day, you were doing additional work when it comes to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You were trying to find visual information, camera footage, and the like.
Yes, sir.
And you did find camera footage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But while you're in this process of going to different homes and businesses, you got a call.
Yes, sir.
And that call was from who?
Well, so actually, I don't want to say anything inaccurate. I don't know if I got a call. It might have been that I had finished my canvassing and been back at the office and then told to accompany Sergeant Hendricks at the time. I don't know specifically that it was a phone call that I got or somebody told me person to person, go accompany Sergeant Hendricks to the scene. But at some point, I was tasked with going back.
And so it was communicated to you to go back to this scene, this easement. And when you arrived, was Sergeant Hendricks already there?
If he was not there, we arrived together. If not, we arrived within a very short distance of each other.
And you two were told that you were to look for a cell phone cord. Is that correct?
That's to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Do you recall what color it was, or was there any description of what you were looking for?
No, not that I recall.
And when you were searching for this telephone cord, it was daytime, correct?
Yes.
You said that the sun just kind of shined and you saw a shell casing that you did not see with your other partners.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you out looking for this phone cord on the 19th?
I wouldn't say it was very long at all. I mean, I just, I happened to be there and it just so happened. I wouldn't say I spent a lot of time there. It was a short period of time I spent there.
Now, you mentioned that you collected it and that you put it in a bag. Did you take a picture of it?
I don't believe I took a picture of it, no, sir.
But you recall that where it was located was where the red slide was found. Is that right?
Yes, I do recall from being there the day before that was the location where the red slides were found, or red slide was found.
Was this found in the gravel area or the grass area?
You would have to refer to Investigator Baldwin's notes. He's got everything measured out. I don't want to say anything inaccurate.
But the shell casing, did you pull it out of the grass or did you pull it out of the gravel?
It could have been a mix of both. So you have to understand the scene is very rural. There's a lot of gravel. There's a lot of thick brush. So somewhere in between, it was just the best I could describe it was near where the red slide was found.
Your Honor, can I approach the clerk?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for states exhibits 15 and 16 that have already been admitted. There should be photos. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Vila, these have already been previously admitted as state's exhibits 15 and 16. Do you recognize the item in these two pictures?
Yes, sir.
And what is it that you see?
Those are red slides.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you were to take a look at this red slide in either 15 or 16, can you determine where you found this shell casing?
No, sir. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to, that's a very thick brush right there. I can't.
Investigator Villa, remember to keep your voice up. You're talking to the.
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's a thick brush there. I can't, to accurately, to say something honestly, I can't tell you exactly where in relation to that red slide it was found. The slide was not there the next day.
Right, but in looking at exhibit 15.
Dude.
close up
Yes,
of the
sir.
slide, you mentioned that it was found in this general area.
Yes, sir.
If you were to describe this picture, just close up.
Oh
is
my
it
God.
Mostly grass or gravel?
Jonathan
Looks
Trapp,
like it's,
you on my
grass growing
list.
top of gravel.
But do you see
You
this
on my
in
list.
State's exhibit 15?
I'm over it.
No, sir. I see. No.
Now, when you zoom out, and you can still see that same red slide or flip flop, you do see some gravel, right?
Yes, sir.
He has clearly given all the information he has. The red slide isn't there anymore. I mean,
But mostly grass.
Sure. Yes.
And so your testimony is that you were in this vicinity
stop.
where you see this grass and this gravel, and that the sun was shining on
Oh,
the shell
thank
casing
you,
and that it
Neat, for
reflected back
dropping
to the
that.
sun.
That's
Yes, sir.
awesome.
I'm going to return this back to the clerk.
Let me go pin that. Neat, will you drop it tomorrow as well so I can pin it? I'm going to have it pinned at the top of our chat. This is what's pinned at the top is for those tiles we were talking about, Tevin's custom tiles on Etsy. So I'm going to have that pinned at the top of the chat. So you guys check it out if you're interested. And then, or just remind me, Neat, so I can do it tomorrow if I forget, because I want to make sure to do that. Thank you. That's awesome.
When you this
Oh,
shell
sorry.
case, Investigator Hendricks, was there anybody there to assist you when you were searching? Any other officers or any other?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
And when you found this shell casing, did you immediately contact anyone else in law enforcement to let them know what you found?
Sergeant Hendricks, who would have been there with me. I let him know that I had located it and I went back to my car, got my gloves and collected it.
Did you contact Investigator Baldwin or Investigator Goodwin or anyone else involved in the case?
Once at the office. Yes, sir.
And is it protocol for you to collect evidence and bag it before you take a picture of it?
No, I usually photograph things before I collect them.
And when you are out on this day, are you normally fashioned with a body cam?
No.
So you rarely wear one if at all?
Yeah, so I do wear a body cam. I wear a lot of plain clothes as well. So
on this day, you're saying you're plain clothes?
yes, sir.
And to your recollection, did this shell casing, was it similar to one of the ones you found on the 18th?
Yes, sir.
Same make, same color?
Well, I mean, that's unless I read the stamps on the back, but a 9mm spent shell casing, yes, it looked like just like the ones we had gathered the day before.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
Nothing further for Investigator Vila. Thank you.
All right, Investigator Bill, you are excused this time. Thank you.
I wish I could pin 2 comments because I can't pin the second one, but he put in his other Etsy shop in the chat as well for other things that are custom. Okay, so I got to take the investigator's name off.
Captain Ray, take your seat and make sure you're close to that microphone. Okay?
Captain Ray. Let's see what his name is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Jeff Ray, last name R-A-Y.
And where are you employed?
Orange
What
County
is
Sheriff's
that?
Office.
How long have you been there? Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Jeff Ray, last name R-A-Y.
Jeff Ray.
And where are you employed?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
May will be 20 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
The captain of the investigation division,
How long have you been the captain?
maybe 2021.
And what were your positions within the sheriff's office prior to that?
Started in the detention center, then moved to courts and transportation, patrol division, criminal investigations.
Can you slide that microphone just a little bit closer to you? Thank you. And were you, what capacity were you working in the investigations division back in September of 2022?
The captain of investigations.
And did you respond on September 18th to the scene at Buckhorn Road near Yarborough Road?
I did.
And what did you do when you got there?
Once I got there, I just helped measure the scene, helped do measurements with the investigator Baldwin.
And did you have any other role other than assisting investigator Baldwin while you were there?
Not at the scene, no.
I want to draw your attention to the following day, September 19th. Did you speak with an individual by the name of James Rogers?
I did.
And what did you talk to Mr. Rogers about?
Mr. Rogers lives in the area on Buckhorn Road near Yarborough, and about some gunshots that he heard on Saturday morning.
Did he give you any specifics about that?
He did. He had heard two groups of shots, one approximately 210, give or take, and then he said that was about 5 to 7 shots coming from a field across from his house. He looked out the window at the time and did not see anything, and then he heard a couple more shots, and he was pretty sure that it was Saturday morning because he was leaving that morning to go to the coast.
Did he have any other information that you got from him at that time?
He did not.
Also on September 19th, did you speak to an individual by the name of Christian Sykes?
I did.
And what, if any, information did you gather from Mr. Sykes?
I spoke with Christian on the phone. I was in my office, and he said that a friend had confessed to him about a shooting that happened the day before or 2 days before.
And did you get that friend's name from him?
I did.
What was that?
He said he
Oh,
was Issiah.
Did he know a last name?
that quickly. And they had his name that quickly. But this is very interesting. I had heard there was, we heard from some of the stuff in the beginning, the opening, I think it was from the prosecution, that he had told a friend. But I am looking forward to hearing about this.
He did not at the time.
Christian
Had you all
Sykes.
received any other phone calls with people wanting to provide information about this case?
We did.
How many over the weekend?
I don't know the exact. It was numerous.
What was it about speaking to Mr. Sykes specifically that sort of led you to follow up on your conversation with
Well, I
him?
spoke with him. I got some notes that I wrote down while he was speaking with me. He said that Issiah told him.
Is
Not for
this
truth
what
of
the
the
board
matter
are?
to explain what steps the investigators took.
Oh, God. Mama Bear, don't be like Mama Bear. Switch to all messages. Tuesday will be very interesting in relation to this part. So he's going to be there Tuesday, right, Christian? Or
Details about what Mr. Sykes told you
damn it.
were the things
Oh.
he told you consistent with other information that had
So sometimes, if you guys don't know, I will pause and give a little bit of information. Sometimes the court will allow hearsay. So what so and so told you, if it's not for the truth, they have to weigh out the reasoning for it, and it has to be for certain reasons. But they can sometimes allow it depending on the circumstances and based on certain reasons. So that's what they were fighting for. She was saying, it's not for this, it's for this. They didn't want it to be out. And I guess the judge decided you can talk about it, but do not say what he said.
come up in your investigation.
They were.
But typically
And,
hearsay is an objection, what they use for an objection.
Did he provide you a
Wow.
phone number for this individual named Isaiah?
He did.
And what was that phone number?
Area code 908.
Not for the truth of the matter. Right, Tess.
And did he know where this individual lived?
He said he lived in Mebane.
Did he provide you any more specific information about where he lived?
He said he did attend Eastern High School, and he said he knew his mother lived in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll break just a little bit early so we can discuss all this with lawyers. So I'm releasing you to lunch. So remember the rules. Number one, you can all have lunch together. You can talk about anything you want, including how wonderfully chilly it is today.
All right, it's time to decide. Do we jump to the next video and try to finish what we can? Or do you want to listen to the attorneys talk with the judge and find out what they're trying to get in and what they're trying to get out and that kind of thing, the objections they have? Or do we just skip and listen to Captain Ray's testimony? Hell, I don't want to listen to I personally don't care what the lawyers are fighting about right now. I want to hear the testimony. Really, it's all about what's ultimately allowed in. So the fight for it. Or we can listen to what they're fighting for and break till tomorrow. Or we can just jump to the next one and listen to Captain Ray. Y'all let me know in the chat whatever you think. I'm up for anything. You guys are awesome. Testimony. J13 wants Captain Ray's testimony, honey. I want to hear it too. And I will say, out of the 2 hours, I speeded up a little bit. We have a 20-minute break in there for sure, because I saw that. I did check when I told y'all I was going to check it out in the chat. I saw at least a 20-minute break. Testimony. Okay. Whatever you feel up to, continue. Okay. Well, Doo-doo, you wanted me to keep on going, baby? Somebody, I think it was Matthew. One said they couldn't listen tomorrow. Well, it might just be your day, honey, because tomorrow I will be live, but we'll talk about something else. Matt, Alicia wanted to keep going. This will give us a little break to discuss another case. Captain Ray, please. All right. Sometimes the lawyers bickering gets annoying. It's interesting, like just to know kind of the background. But at the end of the day, whatever's allowed in is the only thing the jury makes their decision on. You know what I mean? So keep on rolling. All right. That's what we're going to do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I did receive the information from the statements from each individual. Based on the state's representation, there's no need for anyone to be sequestered.
Okay,
In
we
your
already heard that,
investigations,
but let me rewind a little bit.
information, Isaiah lived.
Statements led to other. Captain Ray was on the stand. I have overruled the defense's.
Here we go, y'all. We're going to make it through this we got 2 hours left. Okay. Whew, do some stretches. I think we can get through the 2 hours though in less than 2 hours because it's not a full 2 hours. I speeded up just slightly, about to 125.
Objection.
Here we go.
I will instruct you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that any statements from Mr. Sykes, those statements are not to be considered for the truth of the matter they're asserting. They're only be considered for the purpose of showing how those statements led to other actions
Wait.
that law enforcement took. With that,
She's allowing the statements in from Sykes. Holy shit. I'm glad we went on. Let's go.
Ms. Orr, the witness is with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Captain
Here
Ray,
we
I think
go.
I had asked you just before the break whether Mr. Sykes provided any information to you about where
Oh, Tevin, I'm
Isaiah
sorry to
lived.
hear that. That's bullshit. Well, let me tell you something,
Is your
Tevin,
mic
just
on?
real quick. Tevin said it, they were talking about how the court and the prosecution has been with the family or police, and he said pretty good. They've been supportive, but at times kind of thing. My words, not his. Tevin says, at first it felt as if Lyric's death was more important than Devin's until recent, but everything has been sympathetic to both families lately. I am sorry because that's bullshit and should never be. Maybe, like you said, because of her connections with family and fire department and stuff, but I'll tell you something. when I was up there with my friends, I was covering the case already. It had just happened. Isaiah hadn't been named as the suspect yet. We went to the memorial because when we heard this case happen so close, let me drop their link, the Cypher podcast. We wanted to drive up there and just check out the area and see for ourselves. Well, we were at a dollar store, a Dollar Tree, and there were like some young teenage boys in there. And one of the girls, Incognito Gypsy, who is also with us, she doesn't do YouTube anymore. I drop hers, but she said hello to him or something, and the topic came up while we were there. And these young men knew Devin, and they spoke extremely highly of him. They didn't know George. Why do I do that? They did not know Lyric, but they knew him, and they spoke extremely highly of him. So, that he was a really good person, and he was a friend of theirs. And I don't remember everything they said. Also, they weren't talking to me. They were talking to her, and I wasn't right there for all of it. But she had told me after, he was just well loved by these kids. So here we go.
His mother lived in Deerfield Apartments,
Definitely
familiar
seems
with,
like an
Deerfield
amazing
Apartments?
kid.
Nevin City. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Once
I'm
you received
sorry.
this information, what, if
No,
any,
it
steps
does.
did you
Me
take to further
too.
your investigation?
Well, once I had the phone number, I put the phone number in what we call P2P. It's a database that we use, and it came up with an Isaiah Ross that had used that number in a prior case.
And is this a database that you use frequently in your investigations?
It is.
And were you able to get date of birth for Mr. Ross?
I did.
What was that?
The date of birth was 12/8/2004.
Were you able to see anything about a possible address for Mr. Ross based on that information?
There was a couple of addresses, and one of them was a.
Oh,
1206
Stephanie, me
Deerfield
too.
Apartments in
Me
Melbourne.
too. I'd like to go back.
Um,
Maybe I will.
and based on receiving that information, did you or anyone else follow up on Mr.
Just a second. Hold the hell up. Okay. Weird. Hopefully the internet's all right. You guys can hear me okay. It's kind of wonky for a second there, but it seems like it's better. It didn't go out, but it was being kind of slow. So I don't know if it kind of messed or if it did mess with this. But yeah, I kind of want to go back. Part of me wanted to go for a day of court, but because I am streaming it and it matters to me to do it all in its entirety. I want it all out there. It's not being talked about or streamed anywhere. And my little channel, number one, even when I have a large audience, even when we're doing phone calls and would have 600 people in there in the beginning, or at times with Idaho, I had 2,000 people or a couple hundred just with your average case that gets a little bit more attention. I don't even think if it was a chat that big, it's just my little channel, but I still, and unfortunately, nobody knows about this case. So they just aren't interested like others because, in my opinion, Court TV, mainstream media, they've dropped the ball. But anyways, because of that, it's not that I think, oh, I'm streaming it because my channel is going to even do anything, but it could, it might, you never know. And even if 5 people that didn't know about this learn about this case and the details from this channel, then that's worth it to me, especially because I want to follow it along anyways, because I care and for my own interest, because I want to know what happened. So I don't say, oh, I've got to stream it in its entirety with like this big head that I'm just going to get it out there for everybody to see. No, but to me, it doesn't matter if it's only a couple people. I still think it's really important and needs to be done. So
Ross
that's
at
it.
that address?
That's all.
I did not. I provided that information to the lead investigator that was followed up on.
Yeah, those are all the questions I have for Captain Ray. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Bright Tevin in Delaware.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Captain Murray.
Good afternoon.
That's it? Okay.
So on September the 18th, you said you went to the scene,
Oh,
right?
geez.
Correct.
He's only on
And
here for
Based
3,
on your
4 more
description,
minutes.
You said you helped Investigator Baldwin measure stuff with his roll tape measurer.
That's okay,
Um,
J13. Just being here with us
how long do
and
you think you were there on
chatting
scene?
about it is
I was there for a good while, not the whole
like
time.
really
but
special to
just
me.
on-
Thank
on
you for
scene
being
quite a
here.
while.
And in addition to helping measure, did you have other responsibilities?
We all walked around and looked for any kind of evidence. I didn't locate anything, but we all walk around just to look for evidence.
So you're a part of that group with Baldwin and with Villa and other individuals who walked and looked for shell casings or whatever may be on scene?
On the day of,
You have 18.
correct.
Were you there until the scene like closed and they kind of broke it down and took the tape down?
I don't recall how long I was there.
But then the next day, you said you spoke with Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Mr. Rogers, he gave you some details about what he had heard on the night of the, I guess, the early morning of the 17th.
It had been the Saturday morning. I assume that'd be the 17th.
Okay. And the way he described it to you, he said that initially he heard about 5 to 7 shots.
Correct. Or 5 to 7 shots coming from across the field.
Okay. And then there was some time that elapsed. And then he heard 5 to 7 more shots.
3 to 4.
3 to 4. All right. And so he heard somewhere between 8 and 12 shots, give or take.
8 to 11, 8 to 12, somewhere around in there, yes.
And did he give you any kind of explanation of where he thought the shots were coming from, or what he saw once he heard them?
He told me the shots coming from across the field towards Buckhorn Road.
Okay. So he gave you a direction of where he heard them.
Correct.
And he gave you a time frame in which he heard these shots. Is that right?
Saturday morning around approximately 10 hours.
Okay. Then on September 19th, you yourself received a phone call from an interested party, or did someone say that an interested party had called in and you
I
called
believe
them
it came
back?
from the front office of the sheriff's office, maybe the main line.
Okay. And that main line call, that was Mr. Sykes that called the main line.
It was Michaela Glenn.
Okay. Did you yourself talk to Michaela Glenn?
I called Michaela Glenn, I did.
All right. And then when you spoke with Michaela Glenn, she was the one who told you to talk with Mr. Sykes?
Correct.
And then you proceeded to, and then Ms. Glenn give you his
That's
number?
interesting. Who's that?
And you proceeded to talk with Mr. Sykes over the phone?
Correct.
Who's
Did you talk to that
Michaela?
person?
I did not.
Okay. And after you met with Mr. Sykes, did you give his information to someone else?
Correct. He could not meet at that time. I gave it to Lieutenant Hunter, who did an interview with him later that evening.
And you did not attend that interview?
No, sir, I did not.
But in the course of talking with Mr. Sykes, you took some of the information he had to verify its truthfulness, so there of like the address, location, or the phone number. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you do any background information on Mr. Sykes himself?
At that time, I did not.
Question, Tevin, did you ever get the feeling that Isaiah was jealous of Devin, or jealous of, was that kind of person? Like if Devin was well liked and loved so much by his peers, is that part of it? Or is like maybe jealous over his, I don't know, like popularity, like I said, being loved by his peers? I'm curious, or I don't know. I'm just curious about all this, I don't know.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
All right, here we go.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Who is next? I see it's a woman, but I don't know who it is. Let's see. I had to change her name.
H-O-N-T-E-R.
Oh, wait, I said reporter.
Good afternoon. Hey. Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Oh, I think this is the,
Hunter.
yep.
H-A-W-N.
This is the investigator who got the search warrant that was in the picture I showed, like it was in the article we looked at earlier to see all the kids' pictures. There was a woman's picture. This is her.
H-O-N-T-E-R. And what do you do?
I'm retired.
Where are you retired from?
I retired from law enforcement in 2024 from the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long had you been with the sheriff's office at the time you retired?
I was with the sheriff's office about 14, 15 years.
And did you have law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
In Chapel Hill, and then prior to that in Brunswick County. And I started my career in Emerald Isle.
And throughout your tenure at the sheriff's office, what were your various roles?
I did criminal investigations. I did some patrol. I did SRT, and I did. I was also supervisor on patrol and a supervisor in investigations.
And were you in investigations back
Wow.
in September of
He's a
2022?
little baddie.
And were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Devin Clark and Lyric Woods?
Yes, I was.
Um,
I love that, Nate. If he's comfortable, that would be awesome.
did you respond
They weren't
to
really
the
close
scene
that I
off
know of.
Buckhorn Road on
Okay,
September
Tevin.
18th?
Interesting.
And can you describe what you observed when you arrived there?
When I got there, I made contact with the supervisor on patrol and various patrol deputies, and they showed me up off of the gravel road where 2 bodies had been located. And I observed quite a bit of things. There was a black male and a white female. There was some shell casings, and I remember there also being some tire marks in the grass as if someone had turned around. They had already, the patrol officers had already started to put some placards out and started to set up crime scene. Later on, I had them move the crime scene up towards Buckhorn Road and to block it off in both directions.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the 2 deceased individuals?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe about them?
I'm going to refer back to my notes, if that's okay.
I know it's been a little while.
Yeah.
Oh, doo-doo, I'm so sorry.
So the black male and white female were laying on their backs. There were a male's pants. He had, hold on one second, I'm sorry. The male's pants were down below his Reeboks briefers, and his thighs, and he was wearing gray sweatpants and a black hooded sweatshirt, black socks, and a white t-shirt.
Probably from
His
running.
abdomen
I don't
appeared to
know.
be exposed and swollen. There were maggots and fly activity coming from both the male and the female.
Oh my God.
And he appeared
so
to have
sorry.
gunshot wounds to his head and thigh area.
And what was the female wearing?
She was wearing a gray sweatpants, black t-shirt, red, white, and blue, with red, white, and blue writing on it. She had blonde hair. She had several necklaces on, and she had light blue socks on. And there was a blue Croc shoe near her right foot, and another Croc shoe was under the black male.
Oh, I'm going to
And
read
there
that in a
appeared to be
moment.
gunshot wounds to her left side of the neck, and both her hands were bloody, as was her face and head area.
Did you assist with any evidence collection on scene?
No.
Okay, so this is a good point to just read this out. Neat had asked Tevin, is there anything about Devin like you would want people to know we won't learn here? And instead of remembering him like this, like she's describing, which is so awful to hear, listen to what Tevin said. He was very kind-hearted, never saw him angry, always smiling, athletic. He was the firstborn grandchild to his grandparents, so it was very hard for them losing him. And that's kind of like what the kids said at the dollar store, if I remember, that he was just like a happy-go-lucky person. But think about that. Never saw him angry. Lived on in the same little 1 mile area, cousin, known your whole life, and never saw him angry. Can't tell you how many times I've seen kids, my family, throw little tantrums, hissy fits, whatever. I think that says a lot about his character. Right, Kimberly. Okay. I think Kimberly just a little bit behind. So I was trying to find out in the chat. All right, here we go. Let's listen to what else she observed.
Only thing that I did was when I first got there, patrol was starting to put some numbers out, and if I saw something that I thought would be of importance later on, I had them mark it. I did like walk the gravel road to see if I saw any other evidence, which I didn't, other than the turnaround area. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay. And drawing your attention to the following day, September 19th. Did you meet with an individual named Christian Sykes?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with him about potential information he had about this case?
I did.
Where did you do that?
I did that at the Walmart in Mebane in the parking lot in my work vehicle.
Did you record that interview?
I did
And how did you record it?
with my body worn camera.
Is Mr. Sykes pictured on that video?
He should be, if depending on how I had my body camera set up.
And who was it in the sheriff's office who asked you to go speak with him?
So I had received information from my supervisors that Chief Sykes had received a phone call. And in that phone call was someone who had told us about Christian and that he had information pertaining to the homicides.
And then drawing your attention to the following day, September 20th, did you attend the autopsies for Lyric Woods and Devin Clark?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive any evidence from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what that evidence was?
Right offhand, without looking at notes or anything, I believe it was some bullet fragments. And
Stephanie, I
blood
don't think
parts.
so. Is it? Then it's very close to Durham. I don't think it's that. I think it's right in between the two. Let me look that up.
And did
Some personal clothing, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay, I interrupted you. So you collected their personal items as well?
That's correct.
And did the medical examiner's office also provide sexual assault kits
Yes, they did.
for both victims?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. It feels weird to call you Miss Hunter because I'm used to calling you Investigator Hunter, but I will show
No-
you what I
No
marked
problem.
as State's Exhibits 1,
45 minutes.
and ask you if you
Okay,
recognize these items.
So
They're
Mebane and
Your Honor,
Durham.
crime laboratory sexual assault kits.
And do you believe those to be the sexual assault kits you collected from the medical examiner for Devin Clark and Lyric Woods?
Yes, I believe so.
And once
maybe
you
I'm
collected
wrong
those,
about
did you
that.
use
And I
those
just
also-
remembered I didn't drive it. I
Normally
rode
when,
with my friend.
I collect evidence, I put it into an evidence bag and I turn it into our evidence.
These obviously don't go in a bag, right?
No, ma'am.
But do you believe you would have brought those back with you to the sheriff's office?
That and along with several other items.
And who would you have given it to?
Okay, Stephanie, it's Durham. It's
Our
right
evidence
next
tech,
to
Zach
maybe
Barber.
then that I remember.
And after,
So Tevin, I live like out in the Outer Banks, but I'm on the Inner Banks. I'm right on the water, but I'm on the Albemarle Sound. If you Google that, you'll see. But it doesn't tell exacts. There's several towns that are on that water, so it's not giving away exactly where I live. But just a couple hours east.
you turned that evidence in, did you have any other interaction with it at any time?
No.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 116 and 117 into evidence.
20 miles from Durham. Okay, that makes sense. So Durham and Raleigh and Durham are right next to each other. They're kind of like
Thank you, Your Honor, and I have no further questions.
two different
for
cities that are one
former
city, if that
investigator.
makes sense. It's all one area. Like,
Good afternoon.
Good
Ms. Hunter.
afternoon.
Would you prefer?
thank you,
investigator?
It
Stephanie.
doesn't matter
I
what
appreciate
you
that.
call me.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your retirement.
I am.
Wait, what did you say? Hold up.
So in 2020. Good afternoon.
Good
Ms. Hunter.
afternoon.
Would you prefer investigator?
It does not matter what you like to call me.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your retirement.
I am.
So in 2022, you were in investigation. Now, were you supervisor of investigation at the time?
Yes.
And so that means that I guess whenever there's a crime or something that happens, you may not necessarily handle it, but you may have your hands in it in some way. Is that fair to say?
It all depends on the situation. That particular weekend, I was on call and had been out on another incident that had occurred. And once I got home from being done with that particular call, I overheard radio traffic and also had received a phone call pertaining to the two bodies.
Okay. And so the call initially came in the afternoon of the 18th.
That's correct.
Were you, and you also mentioned that there were people already there starting to identify and mark things.
Some of the patrol deputies and later on the administration personnel, other investigators began to arrive.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you said you may not have necessarily found any evidence, but you were there while everyone was identifying it and putting placards on it. Does that sound about right?
I didn't touch anything. I observed. If I saw something, I would ask the patrol officers to put down some of the placards, the numbers. And I also directed them to put up crime scene tape. That's about it.
You also mentioned that you requested that the crime scene be expanded from I guess the original location to make it larger. Is there a reason why?
Yes, because it was off Buckhorn Road,
Mhm.
and people began to come from the community to the area, and we did not want anything to be messed with by anybody. We wanted to observe the scene as best as we could since it was in a rural area.
And so you didn't expand it because you thought you would find evidence further away. You expanded it in order to have a wider perimeter to keep
Well, the
you-
gravel road runs off of Buckhorn, and you could see dust from the, I guess it would be someone coming off of the road, and not knowing if there was other evidence further up, I thought that we should preserve it.
And were you on scene until the scene closed, or did you leave before?
No,
that?
I had left for another I'm sorry, what? What'd you say?
Oh, I was nothing. I just want to make sure I finished my question. I think the
Oh,
court reporter
okay,
was
go
trying to.
ahead.
I'll rephrase it so we
Sure.
do it cleanly. Did you remain on the scene until they closed it?
No, I ended up leaving, tending to something else.
Now you gave some pretty detailed information about your observations of the bodies. Was that one of your tasks or roles to kind of give detailed information on what you saw so they would have it for later?
Yes.
And did you give detailed information about any other things other than the two individuals that were found on scene?
I observed gunshot wounds to both victims,
Mhm.
and that they were bloody. Yeah,
But outside of the victims, did you do any other detailed observation about any other evidence or things on scene?
I never collected any evidence, and I did not touch any.
She already said that. Oh my God, she already said that. Jonathan, you're going to piss me off. All right, just a second. -20 or -10. I am so sorry, Tess. That is freezing. You know, I heard there's going to be this Arctic blast that has a lot of places in the northern states and temperatures like that. You guys make sure and pay attention to the weather if you don't usually, because it is going to get very cold. Yesterday, it was 60 here, but there's something different. The sun the sun here where I live now, I guess it's maybe because it's by the water, the sun in the Outer Banks / Inner Banks area versus how the sun feels in the mountains of West Virginia is so different. So yesterday it was 60 degrees and sunny. In West Virginia, 60 degrees and sunny. I mean, it was kind of warm, but kind of not, kind of chilly. You might need a little jacket. Here, the sun is so hot. It's so much hotter. Even if it's 50 degrees outside and you're in the sun, it kind of feels like 70. I don't know what it is. Like I said, maybe the reflection off the water or something, but I think it's like that, like in North Carolina, in some places that aren't right by the water. So it's just maybe the elevation. I'm not sure, but it's crazy because it doesn't really matter where you live. You adjust. I mean, it matters. -20, those temperatures out in Russia, that is something I don't think you adjust to. That's always going to be freezing. But like when I first moved here, it was so warm, and then I got used to it, and now I can't handle the cold as much as like I used to. So, but yeah, just for a little break for a second, because Jonathan is driving me wild, but we'll get back to listening to him now. Yes. Oh yeah, I learned all about that sun. I used to live almost at sea level. Here, holy shit, the sun feels a million times closer. It feels different depending on, like, it's crazy.
Anything, I did observe what the people were wearing and the conditions that they were in and the general area itself.
And after you left the scene,
Jeez,
at
that's
least
so
on the 18th,
cold.
you didn't have anything else to do with the investigation.
I did have some other things to do with the
Oh, I bet
investigation. I did some
J13.
interviews with various people, and I also went to the
Oh,
autopsies.
Okay. And the autopsies, those did not occur on the 18th. Is that correct?
No,
They occurred later on, maybe a couple days later.
yes,
And those autopsies were taken in Raleigh.
that's correct.
And is it typical for you to attend autopsies for cases?
It all depends. Based on some situations that took place that particular weekend, other than this case, yes, I did.
And were you there with any other officers, or were you by yourself? Do you recall?
I went by myself, but I was in contact a lot with our evidence person, Investigator Baldwin, just to receive some photographs and general information to provide to the medical examiner and their investigators.
And so while you were there, did you bring these photographs? Were they on a phone? How did you give this to the?
So I had some on my phone, and I also had, it was my work phone. I think I had some that were with me at the time.
And you mentioned that when you left the medical examiner's office, you left with the sexual assault kit, which I believe was just introduced for both Devin and Lyric.
I had a lot of stuff that I collected from them, as it was personal items, sexual assault kits, the bullets, fragments, and personal belongings.
And then those items were brought back to the Orange County evidence.
That's correct.
And then you mentioned that at some
Yeah,
point,
where are they going with this essay
you
kit? Why does
spoke
it keep
with
coming up?
Agent Sykes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you speak with him on the phone first, or did you meet with him in
Only
person?
time I spoke with him on the phone was to confirm our time that we were going to meet at the Walmart. And then he told me what vehicle he would be in. And that
Right,
we were
Mama
to
Bear.
meet
Dear
around
God.
5 p.m. that day.
And when you actually met with him, were you
Same
weren't in
stuff
like
we've
interview room
heard,
or
like
anything
not
that? You were at the
even
Walmart. Where did you actually?
changing
The
it at
unmarked
all.
vehicle, which at the time was an unmarked vehicle.
And you were asked if, when this was recording, if you and or Mr. Sykes were on film. Do you recall if either one of you were on film, or is it just?
She already said.
I haven't seen that particular body cam footage.
Oh my God.
I think it might be a little bit of both. I'm not for sure. I believe I had placed it somewhere in the center part of my vehicle.
And you said it was a
Oh
body
my
cam. It wasn't
God.
like a dash cam or in-car camera or anything like that?
No, it was my body camera. We don't have in the unmarked vehicles a lot of.
Are you just trying to waste time? Why are you asking these questions? She said the interview happened in the car. They said, will it be on camera? Will his face be on camera? She said, I think so, depending on where I had the body cam positioned. And you just go right back to the same thing. Were any of you on camera? I mean, cross is not really supposed to be the exact same questions and the exact same information just over again. You're supposed to kind of dig into little parts of of the direct examination and ask more questions, expand, I just, duh.
Us don't have.
I don't like him. I don't like him. At first, I didn't like him, but I thought, he must be a decent attorney. I'd heard a couple things here and there, and the fact that he was kind of fighting for anything besides a plea deal. And I just thought, all right, I'll be watching. I heard he was decent, or I'd read he was decent. Okay. No, this is bullshit. You're wasting our time, dude.
cameras. and
Get
stuff,
with
but-
it. You're wasting the jury's time, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, like they're gonna like get caught in a lie, Tevin, while he's asking the same question over and over.
Road, or I don't know if it was in the air when you arrived.
It
A lot
was
of dust on the
unseasonably
road right
warm
there.
that time of year. And I believe that there was like some dust where a vehicle had come out onto the road area. And then, I'm not, certain on that, but I think like when you first get onto the road, there would been some like light colored dust.
And are you referring to like tire marks, or was this like dust particles in the air?
Oh, no, it would have been like as if a vehicle had pulled off of the gravel road.
And did you take note on what direction it was going?
Not at that time. No, I did not.
Did
That was one of the purposes that I had requested that the crime scene be extended.
did you yourself notice any vehicles coming in or coming off of that gravel road while you were there?
No, not while I was there at all.
And did you ask if any of the other officers had driven on or come off that gravel road to make?
So when I arrived to the scene, the patrol deputies were parked on the side of Buckhorn Road, not on the gravel portion at all.
And I know this was almost 4 years ago. Do you recall seeing like a pickup truck on that gravel road when you arrived?
I cannot tell you.
And when you were giving descriptions of
Mhm.
Mr. Clark and Miss Woods in that area right there, did you take note of any items that were underneath Mr. Clark?
Yes, I saw a blue Croc shoe.
And did you see another one while you were on scene as well?
Yes, near her body. There was.
What
one
does
by her
that
blue.
mean, dude? They were moved there right beside each other, obviously. Duh.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Before I leave, do I have to still be on standby?
Any objection to releasing the witness from her subpoena obligation state?
No, Your Honor.
Vince?
No objection, Judge.
All right. You,
Oh my God, really?
and your subpoena obligations for this trial. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here.
All right, you guys. Whew. Oh, thank you, Diana.
Would you like to approach? Remember to leave your notepads and pens and stuff on your chair. You can leave your jackets here if you want. Just be gone in just a couple minutes. Everybody else, please remain seated. We'll excuse our jurors time for 10 minutes. All of our
Another
jurors
part.
are outside for 4 minutes. Time. Bench conference will simply.
Why is the audio so bad? The audio is terrible, is it not? Oh my gosh, hopefully it gets better when they come back. Let's see. Bada bing, here we are with a new witness.
Skater Borland, if you come up here, we'll get you sworn in.
Something Borland? Well, here. Oh, why are you not loading? Bro. No issue with connection.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Kyle Borland, KYLEBORLAND.
And where do you work?
I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
This is my 25th year.
And what capacity do you serve there?
Criminal investigations.
How long have you been in the criminal investigations division?
This will be my 6th year.
What did you do before that?
I was a lieutenant on the patrol division.
And prior to that?
I served as a
Trying to just
task
add
force
my
officer on the
witnesses to my
US
list.
Marshals Fugitive Task Force. I've been
I
a
have
canine
a
officer,
list in the
and,
background
also
here.
worked in the detention center.
And were you an investigator back in September of 2022?
I was.
And did you respond to the scene off of Buckhorn Road on the afternoon of September 18th of 2022?
I did.
And what did you do when you arrived on scene?
When I got there, I assisted with locating evidence at the scene.
And what did that entail?
Basically, we were looking for any type of evidence that, related to the crime. I was able to locate several shell casings at the scene.
Where did you locate those?
They were near the female victim's body within 2 or 3 feet.
And once you located them, what did you do?
Me
Several
too,
shell
hold
casings
on.
at the scene.
Where
Okay,
did you locate
showcase.
those?
They were
Didn't hear
near
that.
the female victim's body within
Me
2
too,
or 3
Steph.
feet.
And once you located them, what did you do?
I notified Investigator Baldwin, who was on scene, which is our evidence tech, and he took care of the placards and collecting that evidence.
Could you tell any specifics about those casings
I could not.
and why not?
Without touching them, I can't tell as far as calibers, things of that nature.
And after assisting with locating evidence on scene, what did you do?
I did a neighborhood survey, which is where we go around to the neighborhood, asking for any information about what happened, if they see anything, things of that nature.
And were you successful in receiving any information?
I was at, I spoke to a Wendy White at 6115 Yarborough Road. She advised that she heard 10.
That's fine, Your Honor. We can move on. Thank you.
Wait a minute. We got pause. Wendy White, a neighbor, heard 10 gunshots. He was going to say, I think. But they objected. That was it. Hearsay, blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
Other than Miss White, did you speak
They
with
moved
anyone
on.
else?
I spoke to several neighbors, but didn't hear anything.
J13.
Investigator Borland, I want to draw your attention to the following day, September the 19th. Did you respond to the Deerfield Crossing Apartments in Mebane?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was notified that the FBI task force was there and they
Where's my
located a
headphone?
vehicle of interest at the time, and it had some blood stains on it.
Well,
And so did you respond there?
I did.
What happened when you got there?
I talked to, at the time when I got there, the task force was already talking to Ms. Cordero in her apartment. I went up and also stood by with them.
Miss
Who
Cordero.
is Miss
Wow.
Cordero?
It's
Rare I hear that name.
the defendant's mother.
That's
And,
actually part of my family's name. So my mom's dad and his whole family, all of his brothers and sisters and parents came from Spain on a boat. And they immigrated not long ago, obviously, from Spain on a boat, or else wouldn't be all of his brothers and sisters. But their name in Spain was Cordero Castanon, and it was too long for the paperwork and stuff, so they shortened it to Castanon. But yeah, I never hear that name, so that's cool.
What did you do while you were on scene?
Random facts without.
I went down and looked at the vehicle, and also noticed the blood on the vehicle.
Can't remember what
We
year it
seized the
was they
vehicle at
came.
that
That's why I
time,
was like,
And I called for a tow truck.
not that
to
long
tow it.
ago.
Did you wait while the tow truck responded?
I did.
And once the tow truck was there, what happened?
They loaded the vehicle, and I followed the vehicle to our detention center where we had it in a secure facility.
Did anyone have to touch or enter the vehicle for it to be loaded onto the tow truck?
No,
And did you follow the vehicle all the way to the detention center?
I did.
Once you got there, what happened?
Once I got there, we pulled it into the Sally Port, where's the secure facility. The vehicle was unloaded there. I put crime scene tape around the vehicle and also put a do not touch sign around the vehicle.
Did anyone have to enter or touch the vehicle while unloading it?
I think I had to put the vehicle in neutral with, I did have latex gloves on at that time when I did that, just to get the vehicle off the truck.
Did you ever sit in the car?
I did not.
Okay,
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
go for it, girl. I'm gonna have to take a
I went in with the
potty break in a
TFOs that were
second.
there at the time to speak, Ms. Cordero. She did advise that there was some Ring doorbell camera video of her son that night, on the night in question.
Wait, is that his mom? Is that Isaiah's mom? Whoa. Okay. On of her son on the night in question. I don't
coming
know.
And
Let's
leaving
see.
the apartment.
Okay.
And, did you receive that video?
I did. I received it via email.
And were you able
Damn.
to review it?
Yes,
And was it from the correct date?
I believe it was, yes, the 19.
Okay, Tevin. Thank you. Wow. All right. Put that in my little notes here.
I'm not sure if I got it wrote down in my notes, if it's the exact date on there.
I remember looking at her page when he went missing, or when he went missing, when he was on the run. Or right when he was arrested. It must have been when he was arrested. I don't think we knew his name before that. But right in the beginning, I remember looking at her social
Investigator
media.
Borland, would reviewing your report help refresh your recollection
Didn't
as to
remember her
what
name.
date that ring camera and doorbell footage was from?
Yes, I'm reviewing it.
I'll mark this as states 124, just for identification.
So let's mark this number 124. You may hand it to the witness.
Thank you,
He's
Your
so
Honor.
out of breath.
It was, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Investigator Borland, I'll hand you what I've been marked as states 124.
Not that that matters, but
And do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is that?
oh,
was
that's
my
so
second
cool, Doo. I'm so
And
glad
what
you're
is
here.
on
I
the
love that.
bottom of the second page, would you just review that and let me know when you finished? And was it from the morning or the afternoon? Do you recall?
It was early morning.
One second, you guys.
Did you or anyone else while you were on scene search anywhere inside the apartment at Deerfield?
I did not. I'm not aware of anyone doing that.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have for Investigator Borland. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Trout, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Borland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you mentioned that you've been in law enforcement for a while, 25 years, is that right?
Correct.
And currently you are in the Criminal Investigations Unit.
Yes,
And on the day or on the year day, September 18th, 2022, you were in the Investigations Unit at that time too, correct?
I was.
And when you came on scene, do you recall if you were one of kind of the first people getting there? Did you get there later after things had already started?
I was one of the first 5, I would say, on scene.
And you mentioned you helped kind of walk the scene and look for evidence, right?
Correct.
And while you were walking the
Right,
scene,
Tevin, me
you said
too.
you located 3 shell casings,
That's correct.
but you did not put on gloves and pick them up and examine them in any way. You just kind of located them so they can be marked, right?
That's correct.
Could you tell from your observation whether or not they
You know
were
what?
similar
Whenever Al
or
Jonathan's
caliber
talking, I'm
gun,
doing double
anything
speed.
based on your training and experience?
Not by looking, no.
And do you
We're speeding it
recall
up for
the
old
3 that you
Jonathan.
found? Were they in
He asks the
gravel?
same
Were
shit
they in
over and over
grass? Do you know
again.
what kind of terrain they were found in?
If I remember correctly, they were in grass.
And based on the terrain, because it was gravel and rock and stuff like that, it was kind of hard to find these little shell casings because of their size and the way that the rocks looked. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Do you
That's
do you
good.
recall who was out there helping you find this? Evidence?
At that time, I believe Investigator Baldwin was there. Possibly Investigator Vila. was
Especially
there.
considering this
Um,
investigator really
That's
has
all I
no
remember,
real,
being there exactly looking for evidence at that time.
Do you recall if
the
the
information he
officer
has
was
is
interacting
really
with
She was there when I
limited.
arrived on scene. Yes.
and was she helping like put placards down? And,
Yes.
now, after you helped locate evidence or things of interest on the scene, did you have any other jobs while you were there?
I did survey this roadside for any evidence. I walked northbound on Buckland Road. I didn't locate anything of any value there.
So then the next day, that's when you went to the apartments, right, at Deerfield?
That's correct.
And you had received information that there was a car of interest at this location, correct?
Correct.
Who did you get that information from?
I believe I got that from Captain Ray.
4 more
Captain Ray
minutes
informed
till
you
he
that there might be a
gets
car of
up.
interest at this location.
Correct.
Then we
When
have
you went there, did you have any description of what the car
Devin's
looked like?
I did not.
cousin, Tevin's
then when you got
cousin,
there-
Isaiah's mom's boyfriend
You
for
mentioned you called the
a
tow truck.
very
The car wasn't
long
in your
time.
custody at that point, is that right?
And then
If we called
somebody
for the tow truck,
else,
he
I
was in
don't know
custody at that time.
You called for the tow truck.
I
who
did.
that fella
Before
is.
you got there. It was
No, I did not call before I got there.
And at the time, did you have any signed documents from a judge that would allow you to take this vehicle?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you went into the apartment, and did you yourself speak with Ms. Cordero, or were you kind of standing there as other people were talking to her?
I was kind of standing there while they talked to her.
But at some point, she agreed to send you a copy of a ring camera.
Correct.
And then you reviewed it and saw that this was for the morning of the 16th.
Correct.
And you were looking for different dates and times. Is that right?
No, I wasn't looking for anything. That's what she offered to send to me.
Did you ever follow back up with her and ask her for any other footage?
I did not.
Now, after you finished, I guess, listening to this conversation between Ms. Cordero and whoever else was at the apartment, is that when you called the tow truck, or did you do it before you went inside?
I think I called the tow truck after I went down and viewed the vehicle.
And you said the tow truck driver didn't even have to touch the car in order to load it up on his truck.
Correct.
But once it got to the Sally port, you had to put it in neutral in order for it to be released.
Correct.
And you said you had to put your gloves on in order to do that.
I did.
And so did you actually have to climb up on the tow truck and then reach inside the car, or how do you?
What I would do, I would turn the key.
I didn't know it was a Sally port at all. That
Okay.
heard that in
So you had
Karen
to
Reed
do
at
that
all.
somehow.
Police
I believe that's right. Yes.
department.
And then once the car was released from that tow truck, that's
Don't
when you
even
put
know
the
what
crime
that
stop tape
means.
on and a big sticker or piece of paper that says "Do not touch."
Correct.
And that was on
See,
the 19th.
the same exact questions. Okay, so, and then you put a thing on it that said, do not touch. Yes. Okay, that's all he did. He has no investigative value, really. I mean, like major value, right? Why are you asking these questions? Again, you're wasting people's time, dude.
And you did not do anything else in reference to this investigation on that day.
No, it didn't.
Whatever
Did you collect any other video in reference to this? investigation?
tactic or whatever this is, it's not
Yes, sir.
good. It's not a good one. Find something else.
Was that video from a
Dear
business?
God.
Our business.
Did that reveal anything to you?
I just collected it and turned it over to Sergeant Gill.
One moment, Judge.
Oh my God, exactly. He's forgotten. He doesn't have to cross-examine every witness. The Sally Port is an area where vehicles of all kinds are taken so they can be properly searched and dismantled for different types of searches and investigations. Wonder where mine was taken. They said it was taken to some place not far from here, and they came
They're
and
gonna think
it was like covered from weather and stuff. And then the state investigators came here and looked at it. Okay, let me slow this down. Now we have to slow back down because this is important. I'm not going to go all the way down. I'll put it on about 125 again because that's what we've been watching on, and that's been good. Just to catch up. Got so much footage to go through. 5 hours today. And we're going to have it done in less than 5 hours, though, because there's a lot of breaks. But, yep, just trying to trip him up. Not going to happen, though. He needs to move on. You know, trip up the witnesses that actually have, like, some major evidence or something, right? Like, probably, oh, God, I can only imagine how he's going to cross-examine this guy. Here we go.
Sit down in that chair, make sure you're sitting close to that microphone, okay? I will. Thank you.
Mr. Bryant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Antoine Bryant, ANTWAN. Last name BRYANT.
And Mr. Bryant, do you know Issiah Ross?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
Previously, before the incident, I was in a relationship with his mother.
And do you see Mr. Ross in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where he is seated and describe an article of clothing he is wearing?
He's seated from my right of his lawyer with the black suit on, but he has on a collared shirt.
Thank you. I would ask the record to reflect that Mr. Bryant has identified the defendant, Issiah Ross.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. And Mr. Bryant, do you also know Devin Clark?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Clark?
His father and me are first cousins. Our mothers are sisters.
Mr. Bryant,
Oh
I
my
want to bring your
God.
attention to the
Just the look on his face makes me sad. Like, this is fucked up. He don't deserve this. You know, and losing your cousin, the woman you're dating's kid drags you in the murder of your cousin. And if I'm not mistaken, he drove him out of town for his mom, and her car was obviously not there. Or was it there? No, they said 2 days later, right? I don't think her car was there. Regardless, we'll hear. Let's just hear from him. This is bullshit. It is bullshit. It's wrong. He don't deserve this.
weekend of
Being drug into this
Saturday,
shit.
September
I just don't like it.
17th,
Mm.
and ask you if you saw Mr. Ross on that day.
Yes, I saw him on a Saturday.
Can you describe what happened on that Saturday?
Probably about 11:30 or so in the morning, I got a phone call from his mom to come over to the house. Kind of irate about something. So that's when I started getting dressed and I headed over there.
What happened, or around what time was that?
Probably arrived maybe about 12 o'clock.
And what happened when you, or where did you go?
I went to her apartment where she was staying
Where is that?
at Deerfield.
And what happened when you got there?
I met her at the doorway. Well, went to the door and she let me in and she just started telling me that he had lied about taking her car or something like that.
And was Mr. Ross there?
Yes.
And what else happened while you were there?
During that time, she had showed me a video of him leaving out of the house and then coming back and just sort of talking and trying to ask him why was he trying to lie about going out on the car or whatever.
How would you describe his mother's demeanor?
She was upset about it. I think it was more about lying. So she was mad about that.
And how would you describe
Mm.
Isaiah's demeanor?
I guess he was sort of mad that he wasn't being believed, but he was more or less in the back bedroom.
Did you have a chance to look at her car?
This is interesting.
Yes, I did.
And did you see damage on it?
When I initially pulled up, I did see some marks on the bumper, which I did say something to her about.
Did you notice anything else with regard to that vehicle?
No, we walked outside and I asked her to crank it up, and I did lay on the ground to say, I said if he moved it, maybe he ran over something. So I sort of laid down prone and looked under the car, make sure the drive shaft or transmission wasn't messed up.
Did you notice anything like that?
No.
After you all checked the vehicle, what happened?
Well, after she cranked it up, like I said, I was laying on the ground. She pulled it forward out of the space and backed it back up. Didn't notice anything, and so she got out of the vehicle and we proceeded back into her apartment.
What happened then?
Just still sort of talking
Take
about the
your
fact
king
that he
about
was
your
lying
ads.
about using the car or whatever.
About how long were you there?
Probably about 3 hours or so, because I think I got home maybe about 3:30.
And when you went home, was anybody with you?
Yes,
Who was that?
Isaiah.
And what, if any, decisions were made about where he would stay for the rest of the weekend?
Well, because of she was irate with him and basically said that he was going to have to go. I said that he could end up coming over to the house because my son was gone to his mom's for the weekend.
And so how long did Mr. Ross stay with you?
He stayed overnight Saturday until Sunday.
How would you describe his demeanor the rest of the day on Saturday?
He didn't really talk too much to me. He did. A couple of buddies of mine came by. I think he did speak or say something to them, but he didn't really say too much. He stayed outside most of the night.
Was that normal for him?
Outside most of the night.
I would say to be sort of offish, yeah, because he would normally, when they did reside with me, he normally would be in his room sometimes.
Okay. Can you walk us through what happened then on Sunday morning?
Sunday, I got up probably about 8 o'clock or so. I cleaned up. I proceeded to go ahead and get dressed. I was going to church, and then I was going to a funeral for a family friend, but also my nephew's aunt. And once I got dressed and I was going to leave, I told Isaiah there was some food or whatever in the freezer. He could heat up something if he wanted something else. Once I came back from that, I would go get it. But I did want him to try and fix everything and smooth it over with his mom.
And what happened after you got back from your engagements that morning?
Well, after I went to church, and then I went to the funeral, which was at a different location. And at that time, that's when I talked to my nephew, and that's when I found out that my cousin Devin was missing. So after church, I went straight to my cousin Maurice's house, and he was sitting out in the yard. I remember he had some shades on, and he was talking with his sister that's right beneath him. And so we were just standing out there, and he was just telling me that he hadn't talked to him. And I was like, that was weird. And so about that time, I told him I was going to have to leave, but I may come back, but I was going to have to take my ex-girlfriend's son to catch a bus because he was thinking about going back to stay with his father.
And who
Guess
is
before
Maurice?
Mama Bear.
Maurice is Devin's dad.
Does he also
It's
go by another name?
confusing.
Yeah, his real name is Dexter, but we have the same middle name, so he goes by Maurice, not me.
Now, what time did you go back home after visiting with Maurice?
I want to say it was probably about 3 o'clock.
And what happened when you got there?
At that time, I was changing clothes, and I was sort of still I was in another room, but I was sort of loud talking, just trying to say little things to Isaiah, telling him he had asked him had he called his mom. Was he going to fix this? He doesn't need to, be upset or have her upset with him, and whatever.
And how did the plan come about or come to your attention for him to go to the bus station?
Well, he told me that he had talked to her. She had said it was okay, that he could go ahead and go stay up there. So I asked her if it was okay that she wanted me to take him. I felt like she should, but I said I would take him.
Was there any discussion of this going to Delaware on Saturday?
I think he did say something about it on that Saturday. He was going to go up there, but I kept telling him it wasn't right. I also told him that his mom was worried about whether he was going to make sure he finished school or stuff like that. That she was really on him about that.
So did you end up taking him to a bus station on Sunday?
Yes, it was probably after after I got dressed, maybe about 3:30 or so. My oldest sister called me, and that's when she did tell me that they thought they had found Devin and the young lady or something. And so I think she hung up and she called me back maybe 30 minutes later. And then
Right,
when she did
Doo-doo.
tell
That's
me
what
it
I was
them,
thinking too. I'm just
I
tapped
just sort of sat
in.
around for a couple of hours, but then Isaiah did say something about having to go to the bus station. And I asked him at that time, I said, well, what time is the bus coming and where is the location? Because I need to know how long the drive is, and that'll determine what time I leave.
And what did he tell you?
I want to say he said the bus came at 9. And so after he sent me the location via text, I want to say it was something like 4300 or 2400 something Burn Avenue in Raleigh. So when I map quested, it was like 48 to 50 some minutes. So I said, well, we can leave at 7 o'clock. I can stop and get gas, and we'll still be there on time.
Did Isaiah and Devin know each other to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
And do you know how long they had known each other?
I think Isaiah came down in like May of 21, and they met around maybe a month or so later.
Did they hang out?
I didn't see them hang out. I know that they had a couple of times in the yard when I was out in the yard, whether it was cutting brush or something. I remember my nephew, Dontrell, and Devin had came down and they had the little motorcycle and they would ride in the wood line. So Isaiah did come outside one time. Second time I made him come outside and they were outside talking, but that was maybe like anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour.
Did they go to the same high school?
Yes.
And what high school was that?
Eastern Alamance.
Going back to Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, did you and Isaiah talk about the fact that Devin was found deceased?
We didn't talk about it, but I think when I got the call back from my sister, I want to think that Isaiah was sitting in my kitchen at that time, and I actually had my computer and stuff in the kitchen, so he was sitting in an office chair.
And but you don't remember specifically if you told him that Devin was found dead or anything like that?
When I said it, like I said, I had a couple of buddies there, and so when I did say it, he could have overheard it from in the kitchen.
Was found deceased?
Talking, but that was maybe like anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour.
Did they go to the same high school?
Yes.
And what high school was that?
Eastern Alamance.
Going back to Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, did you and Isaiah talk about the fact that Devin was found deceased?
We didn't talk about it, but I think when I got the call back from my sister, I want to think that Isaiah was sitting in my kitchen at that time, and I actually had my computer and stuff in the kitchen, so he was sitting in an office chair.
And but you don't remember specifically if you told him that Devin was found dead or anything like that?
When I said it, like I said, I had a couple of buddies there, and so when I did say it, he could have overheard it from in the kitchen.
On Sunday evening, did you end up taking him to a bus station?
Yes, I did.
And is it the same one that you described in Raleigh?
Well, it's not actually a bus station. It's just an address. It's like an intersection, and there are two convenience stores, one across the street, but the other convenience store, there's like a Microtel Inn or Sweets or something parking lot right there. So it's all conjoined together, and the bus just comes and pulls down at the edge of the intersection and picks people up.
Can you describe what happened while y'all were there waiting for the bus?
Well, when I pulled up, I noticed it wasn't a true bus station. So I pulled up and I pulled right at the doorway of the convenience store, and I asked the guy, did a bus come down there? And he said, yes, at the bottom of the lot. So I got back in the car and I told Isaiah that. And instead of pulling at the bottom, he asked me to pull up beside a fence that was beside the hotel.
And what, if anything, did he do while y'all were waiting?
Well, he went ahead, once I parked, he went ahead and he got out and he went in the trunk and he got his bag and stuff out. And then he just sat outside the car.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Kinda, because he normally did talk to me. You know, he wasn't very talkative, but he would talk to me.
How long did you have to wait for the bus?
I think the bus came more or less about 9:45 that night.
What time was it supposed to come?
At 9.
Did Isaiah talk to you at all while you were waiting for the bus?
It was probably a few words. Like I said, he sat outside the car. So I was having to let my window down if I did say something to him or whatever. He was normally, I can't say if he was really on his phone a lot or something like that because of the location where he was sitting.
Where was that?
It was more on my passenger side of my car, but where my backseat rider door would open, he was a little behind that. So it was a little obstructive view from my rear view. So I was having to lean forward and stuff to sort of see him. But I was just saying stuff like, hey, I hope you finish school. I don't know what's going on. You need to fix this, stuff like that.
What kind of stuff did he bring with him from his mother's house to your house?
I assumed it was clothes because when I did walk to his room at his mom's house, at first the door was shut and I asked him to open it and I was telling him to hurry up. So he put a lot of stuff in a suitcase and then he filled up like 2 white trash bags of clothes.
And did he take all of those items with him when he got on the bus as well?
All I know is once he got to the house, I want to say maybe either from that Saturday or that Sunday while I was gone, because he did get up early Sunday once I got up, and I think he was trying to consolidate that stuff out of the 2 bags or whatever.
And did you wait the whole time until the bus arrived?
Yes, I did.
And once it arrived, what happened?
Well, once it arrived, he grabbed his stuff and he sort of took off and went to the bottom of the lot. And he was going to get on the bus. And I pulled down there and I took a couple of pictures of him to try and let his mom know that I didn't just drop him off and leave him somewhere because I wouldn't want nobody to do my kid like that.
Sure.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, so part of that, just the second of it, I didn't get to hear because there was some stuff happening here. But imagine that you're taking your girlfriend's son and dropping him off, and it's sad. And sending pictures to his mom, and he secretly has done this. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I just can't imagine. It's just a bunch of bullshit that this man has had to go through because of Isaiah, honestly.
At what point did you become aware that law enforcement needed to speak with you?
I want to say Tuesday, maybe they showed up as I had went to pick my son up from school. And they come to my house, flew in my yard or whatever, and they reached trying to grab my son. And I'm like, what are you doing? What? I don't want to curse.
Just paraphrase.
I was like, what the heck are you doing? You don't touch my motherfucking son, And they were like, I said, what do you want with my son? I said, he's a minor. I said, he's only 14. He's like, what's his name? And I said, that's Elijah. And they said, oh, okay. And I said, yeah, I know it's freaking okay. Don't run up here in my freaking car ever again about my son or else, So I was just upset. But I was like, what are you doing here?
And did they explain what they were trying to accomplish?
Well, they did eventually once they talked to me and they was asking me something about, did I date this person, Isaiah's mom? And I said, yeah. And they was like, well, does she live at such and such? And I said, well, if you knew that, why are you even here? And they was like, well, we just wanted to ask you something about her son. And I was like, what? I said, why don't you ask her? I said, you know where she lives? I said, well, this was his last address. I said, yeah, but he hasn't lived here since probably April. And so they kept on just going around different things. And so I finally exploded on them. And I told them I didn't have time for their mother freaking BS. My family was dealing with a tragedy that just happened. And then that's when the police officer, he said, you mean Devin? And so I said, yeah, how in the, and they said, well, that's kind of why we're here. I said, kind of. I said, what do you mean? And
oh my God.
At that time, that's when they said, well, we think that maybe Isaiah had something to do with it. And I was like, what? No. And the officer's like sort of grabbed me by, he's like, just, you'll be all right. He said, I know. He said, it's surprised. I said, yeah. I said, it's very surprising. I said, no. I said, how is this? And he said, well, that's what we're thinking. I said, but I said, you mean to tell me this person probably killed my cousin? I said, they were just here at my house. I said, I just fed them. I just gave them a ride. I said, I was looking out for them.
I thought about this at the time. I thought, if this is true, the rumor we heard that we were told uncle, that his uncle was dating Isaiah's mom and helped him get out of there. I mean, how screwed up. He had no idea he was helping you get away. And then he was on the run, and I guarantee you he just felt like, I don't know, it's messed up.
I said, I just fed them. I just gave them a ride. I said, I was looking out for them. I said, no. And they was just like, they sat there with me probably about 20, 30 minutes.
At some point, either that day or another day that week, did you come down to the sheriff's office?
I want to say, yes, either that day or the very next day, I came on down, and I just basically told them pretty much everything I've just stated.
Since you dropped Isaiah off at the bus station on that Sunday, have you had any contact with him?
His mom did call me, and she was saying she didn't have a way to get in touch with him, and so I did try and call him, and I did say that he needed to answer the phone and talk to his mom or whatever, and he was just telling me that he didn't want to talk to her or whatever. So I was like, that's not right. And he was saying she said something. And I said, that's your mom. I said, you're supposed to listen to her. I said, she can say whatever. I said, she's worried about you. I said, she's always been worried about you. I said, she gives you everything. I said, so why wouldn't she be able to say it? And he was just like, he didn't really want to talk. And it was more or less his sister or something that didn't give him the phone. And I said, that's not right. I said, because if that was her mom, how would she feel?
So when was that conversation?
That was maybe that Monday or so. Monday, yeah, it was before the police had came to my house.
Yeah,
And you
guys.
said something about a sister.
Yeah, I do know that he was telling me that his sister had answered the phone. So she didn't give him the phone call when his mom called.
And do you know where his sister lives?
No.
Oh, so was the sister who he was with up in Delaware or
Okay,
whatever?
Just 1 moment, Your Honor, please. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't think we can speed up Jonathan on this. Oh, God.
So prior to the time that you went
Hold
over to,
on. That's it? Okay. Yeah, we ain't going to speed him up this time because
prior to
I'm sure he's going to piss us all off with
the
this.
time that you
Considering
went
it's
over to
sensitive
Mr.
witness,
Cordero's
dude.
apartment, that would have been, I guess, Saturday.
You can
September
so see the
17th.
grief in his face,
Uh,
J13.
Mr. Ross had actually lived in your residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he lived there for how long?
Close to a year.
Okay, so he was there, Miss Cordero was there, and I guess his sister was there too.
Yes.
And then at some point she got her place in Deerfield. Do you recall
I'll
when that
still
was?
speed him up a little though, because I don't really
Maybe
like
March or
him.
April.
As long as we can understand.
And you said that you got a phone call in the morning of Saturday the 17th, and that Miss Cordero seemed like she was upset.
That's correct.
And she asked you to come over.
Correct.
And about how far our distance is your place to her place?
Look at his face.
Maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
So not too far.
No.
And you think
Look
this
at his
was
brow,
late morning,
dude.
early afternoon?
He ain't fucking around.
Yes, I know it was.
Okay.
Go,
And
Antoine.
when you got there, you said that you, let me rewind. Did you know before you got there that this had something to do with her car?
Look
She-
at he's keeping the brows like
She
that.
was
Like this.
saying, like I said, she was very
Wow.
upset. I know she was sort of yelling in the phone. There was a few expletives.
Yeah,
he
repeat
lied,
every
he's
question.
lying or
Here we
something.
go.
Or whatever. And so I was just trying to get dressed and just come and get over there.
Now we get
You
to
had
hear all the
mentioned before
information
that
a
when you
second
were outside,
time.
you took a look at the car, and that's why I was trying to figure out, did you know that this
I know, me
this
too,
issue at that time
Stephanie.
had to deal with the lying or whatever, had to deal with her car?
She may have said
Me
it. I
too.
just happened to look at the car as I pulled in, whatnot, because I think I wanted to say I parked beside it or whatever.
And you said you noticed some damage to the front bumper area of the car, right?
Well, it was some black marks on the bumper.
Okay. And was it at that time that you went underneath the car and looked to see if there was any damage when you saw that scratch by the bumper?
No, I waited till me and her went outside, and then that's when I did that.
And did you notice anything else on the car, on the outside of the car, that drew your attention other than the black streaks?
No.
And so when you went inside, is the only person you interacted with or spoke to was that Miss Cordero, or did you talk with Mr. Ross and his sister at that moment?
Most of the conversation was with his mom. There was occasional time I did say something to him. I think I did go back and maybe walk back to his room area, maybe 2 to 3 times, but I know he did come up the hallway maybe once or twice.
Okay. And you mentioned that he had 2 plastic garbage bags, and a suitcase.
Yes,
And those are the 3 items he took with him when he went to your house.
that I know, I do remember he did definitely have the suitcase and the 2 trash bags because I was telling him to hurry up because I was trying to go back home.
And you had given a time frame that you got home around 3, so you were there for close to 3 hours.
Yes, me and his mom was sitting at the table talking.
But the majority of the conversation and interaction was with you and his mom, Miss Cordero, not with Isaiah.
Not as much.
And you mentioned that there was some discussion about Isaiah not being able to stay at her house. Is that right?
Yeah, she was saying that he was going to have to go.
And that there was some conversation that she wanted him to go stay with his father. Is that right?
I don't know if
So
it was
she
wanting
did
to
wanting to
or
go.
that's where I think he was wanting to go.
Well,
Yeah, right,
in these
7.
conversations, because you were there for a little bit of time, there wasn't an expectation that he was going to stay at your house, right?
No, it was just the expectation.
Been a
that
4-hour
right
live. I
right
can't believe
then,
it. It's
you know,
gone
like I
by
said, I just
fast.
associated with just being upset. Maybe it could be
Just
something
because
that
I'm
calmer heads
zoned
will
into
prevail the next
this.
day.
But on that day, once you had Isaiah, or maybe shortly before you left, you did communicate with Isaiah about getting a bus ticket. Is that right?
He did communicate that he wanted to get a bus ticket and go back up. Yes, he did.
And there was an attempt to get a bus ticket on that Saturday, but that didn't work out. Is that right?
I don't know. Maybe he did. I think he tried to, and it didn't pan out.
But eventually, a bus ticket was purchased, and that was for Sunday evening. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
And so that Sunday, I think you mentioned you went to church and went to a funeral.
Me too, Nate. Let me pause and say that. But still, it's hard. I've learned to do that once I cool off. In the moment, I still get upset. And especially when they're disrespectful in their, like, I'm sorry, what they're claiming just completely defames the victim. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. And yeah, I mean, the better job they do, the better chance of the defendant not winning an appeal. But also, I mean, I don't think he's doing a good job at all. He's just being repetitive, you know what I mean? And that's annoying, and that's not going to help us with appeals. Neat. Not on this one. So I need answers. I need help getting through that anger. A good way to get through that anger, that annoyance, whatever you want to say. I'm just kidding. It has gone by fast. 4 hours so far, and we got a little bit left. But the good thing is that, you know, we won't. We'll have a break before Monday, and we're all caught up on Monday when the trial goes back, or Tuesday. I mean, and then I just get pissed at the slimy ones who know they're repping a guilty person. Well, here's the thing that's tough. Some of them, they don't have they have to do their job. They take an oath, right? And they have to do their job, and they have to represent you no matter if they think you're innocent or guilty. And what sucks is like the ones that don't have a choice. I mean, they always have a choice, but a lot of times they're just chosen by the state, whatever defense attorney paid by the state that can do it. You know what I mean? My brain's not working right now. I can't even think of the word. They're re-victimizing Devin and Lyric, also all the loved ones of those two. That apparently, yes, Doo-Doo. The first investigator that was on the scene said that he got video footage from that gas station of Isaiah pulling up all flustered, and he like runs into the concrete at the gas pump is what he ran into. But I don't know. Don't be slimy and don't badmouth the victims. True. Okay.
Then maybe you got back around 3 or so.
I agree with all you guys.
Yes.
And then after you found out the time that the bus was leaving and that it was all the way out in Raleigh and how far it was, that's when you decided you're going to leave around 7.
Correct.
And once you guys got to the location, you had to wait because the bus was late. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, when you got to the location, you said Isaiah sat outside your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Were there other people sitting outside waiting for the bus? Is that correct?
Not where I was parked at.
But there were other people in the vicinity.
I can't say that where I was at the top of a lot. If other people were waiting, they were probably waiting in cars or something like that. It was across the lot.
Okay. And so when the bus arrived and Isaiah got on the bus, you could physically see him get on the bus, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw him get on the bus, you saw other people get on the bus too, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after he got on the bus, you did talk to him on the phone again. Is that right?
I may have called him as soon as he got on and got settled on. I was like, hey, I'm headed on back down the road or something like that.
So this conversation about, hey, you really need to work things out with your mom, that wasn't on the phone?
No, I said that when we were leaving from his mom's house to my house. I said it Saturday. I also said it to him Sunday while we were sitting around my house.
Okay. But it wasn't after the fact about, we need to reconcile, make sure you go finish school and all that other stuff. It wasn't after he had left.
I told him several times.
Oh my God.
Once he got on the bus,
Why
he
do
needed to
you
make sure he finished
re-ask
school.
the same
So the last time you
questions? Who
saw
cares?
or talked to him was when
Let's-
he was
Let's say he
sitting outside the
misspoke
car
about
waiting to get on
this.
the bus.
Let's say he misspoke about when he told him this. It's not gonna fucking matter. It doesn't change anything for you. It doesn't. I just
Oh, that's not the last
just
time.
play it. And
So
shut up.
you talked to him after he got on the bus.
I said that I talked to him. I made a call. You asked, did I make a call? And I said I may have, but then I also talked to him the next day when I was telling him about his mom could not reach him. So that would have been after the bus. That would have been once he had got to his destination.
I apologize. So after he left your presence on the bus, you talked to him on the phone the next day, which would be Monday.
Yes, I think so.
And that's when you had the conversation with him, maybe a further time about reconciling with his mother.
Yeah, well, I was telling him he needed to fix that. He needed to make sure he answered her call and talk to her.
Did you try and talk to him or reach out to him again after that day?
I want to think so. Yeah.
So you did talk to him again?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know around what time? If that was Monday that we know that you talked to him, what would have been? Would it have been Tuesday? Would it have been Wednesday?
I think it was after, it may have been Tuesday or so.
And in that conversation, was it a similar content or did you talk about something different?
No, it was questioning at the specific time when the police came. I was on the phone with his mother, so she heard what was going on.
So
Some of it.
So when you talked to Mr. Ross on the phone, his mom was in the background. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said when I was talking to the police at my house, his mom was on the phone. I was talking to her on the phone.
Okay. So you talked to his mom when the police came over.
I was already on the phone with her.
All right. And then so did you eventually patch Isaiah in on three-way? Because I was just asking about Isaiah.
No, I didn't.
I'm going to rephrase my question just so I make sure I have it clear. So after Monday, did you talk to Isaiah again?
No, I said I don't think I did. It was actually Monday was the only day I talked to his mom on the next day. And that's when I was trying to figure out what was going on because she was already on the phone with me when the police came up in my yard. So she sort of heard the interaction with me and the police.
All right. So I was confused. Thank you for clearing that up. So you said you go to pick up your son, and that was that Tuesday.
Yes.
When you're, I guess, pulling into the parking lot or pulling into the driveway, that's when they kind of surround you and your son. Is that fair to say?
Well, they flew in on I want to say a white Tahoe truck.
Okay. And they went as far as kind of putting their hands on your son when you guys were trying to get out the car?
Well, you're going to reach into the car or whatever. They came up to the car and that's when I was like, well, I exploded because I didn't know what was going on.
And at some point, they gave some explanation as to why they were there. Is that right?
Yes, after me and my son both got out of the car and I instructed him to go on in the house.
They asked if they could search your residence. Isn't that right?
I want to say, yeah.
And you said sure.
Yeah.
All right. And they didn't find anything in your residence. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm assuming they asked you about all your interactions you had with Isaiah and his mom that a couple days prior. Is that right?
Well, they just asked me about the weekend.
Okay. And while Isaiah was staying with you, that would have been Saturday into Sunday. Nobody came over. Is that right? That you're aware of?
My buddies came by.
Nobody for Isaiah.
Not that I'm aware of.
And when your buddies came by, did you guys watch TV? What did you?
I was watching football.
Was Isaiah with you at all?
Isaiah was outside most of the time.
Jesus.
When you were with Isaiah Saturday and Sunday.
Sorry,
you said
I'm
he was
freezing,
outside the
so I had to
whole
go
time.
stand by the heater.
Yes.
So when I talk, I was far away.
Consolidating his things into less bags or anything like that?
No. Well, while he was outside, I didn't know he pulled some of the stuff out because at that time it was a trampoline that was out there in a chair.
He was trying to see if my cousin warned him about being a person of interest, right? Exactly.
That I was sitting in, and he.
But he was
sat-
on
I
the
think he sat
phone
in the
with his
chair and
mom,
he
so
had some
of
the
course
stuff
they're gonna
out.
know at that point.
And then Sunday morning, he went outside once I was taking a shower because I did come out and told him to make sure he closed my door and trunk and don't run my battery down. He didn't have money for a car battery.
Diana says, this guy is the worst lawyer I have ever seen in my life. You were at a bus station? Yes. So people got on the bus? Yes. That's what happens at a bus station. And then J13, we're not too far behind. We got about 10 minutes left of this. And then we have another investigator that takes the stand. Let's see. Yeah, 10 minutes. We don't have long. Matter of fact, because it's almost dinner time here and there's only like a few minutes at the end with that investigator, it doesn't look like he was ever questioned. Was he questioned by the defense, maybe? Yes, he was. Okay. We might pause right before that investigator. He has a very quick testimony and we could catch it right at the beginning while we're waiting on it to start on Tuesday. I don't know. It depends how long, because we're kind of rushing around here to get ready to eat dinner. We usually eat at 6:30. So, all right, let's go.
Understood. You were also asked about whether or not Isaiah and Devin knew each other.
Correct.
Can you describe?
Okay, thank
shortly
you,
after Isaiah
Tevin.
moved
The
down
next
to
investigator is
that
discussing
so if he came down and
the
made
gun
that
and
sometime
ammunition.
July,
Thank
is
you,
that right?
Tevin.
Yeah.
And that would have been in 2021.
Okay,
And
J13.
after that time, how many times
Have
did
a
you see
good
them
day,
together?
babe. A good night.
Like I said, only the couple of times in the yard.
In your yard?
Yes.
And so you never saw them at Devin's house or any other?
No.
Okay. And in their interactions, do you recall, how would you describe them? Were they cordial? Like, what were they like?
Well, they was just meetings, so yeah, they were cordial. I mean,
And Isaiah lived with you for about a year. There was never a time when they would hang out outside of him coming over to your house to be in the yard?
I never saw them as far as that. Like I said, most of the time, once he came in from school, he was pretty much at the house. He was dealing with his computer or his music or something.
And these events that were at your house outside, maybe even this first one, were these like family functions, like birthday parties or family reunions? What were they like?
No, my sister lives next door. My cousin Dexter, he stays less than a quarter mile down the street. Some other cousins stay within a mile as well. So we're all right there. It's nothing to actually see each other.
What was it like, a cookout? Was there music? Or was there an event or occasion when they were coming out? Or was it just family just gets together because we live nearby?
Pretty much.
And were there any festivities or activities that would occur at these outings in the yard?
No, I was cutting limbs or cutting brush or whatever when they were talking. The other time, like I said, the boys come down on the motorcycle and they got to ride out in the woods, and Isaiah wanted to ride. And I did question him about it because I told him if he didn't know how, don't get on that bike, it could hurt you. And he did proceed. He got on it, and after a few minutes, we didn't hear anything. So Devin and my nephew Dontrell took off to the wood line, and they went and got him and pushed the bike back.
And you mentioned that they also went to the same high school. Is that right?
Correct.
Did they ride the same bus? Was there any other kind of interactions that they would have had outside of seeing each other in your yard?
They would have been on the same bus. Like I said, Isaiah, he went up, he would go and catch the bus up at the top of the street. So if they got on the bus, if my cousin Devin, if they rode the bus, they would have probably saw each other.
And so prior to September, I guess this would be like the 20th or 21st, when you heard about Isaiah's possible involvement in this, they never had any negative interactions that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
One moment, Judge.
Yes.
Wow. So this is crazy. Isaiah gets on a bike that he don't know how to drive. They warn him, you can't drive it. You don't know how to drive it. He does it anyway. He takes off and has to be literally rescued by Devin. These are the few interactions they had. That's bullshit. Tevin says, I'm waiting for someone to mention the fact that he made a rap song confessing to the murders when he fled to Delaware. Yes, he did. Tevin, I covered that back in the day. When I first started talking about this case, I remember going to his, it was SoundCloud, right? He had all kinds of gruesome shit in his music. Maybe I'll try to find my old video on that and share it with you guys later so you can see. But he absolutely did. He absolutely did. 7 says, off topic. I'm sitting at the park waiting to start work, and I've watched 6 dumb people try to squeeze in a parking spot. That isn't even a parking spot. People watching. But yeah, so he literally, the few interactions he had was him saving him, rescuing him. And then, yeah, the SoundCloud. I don't know, 7, maybe it'll come up in the trial, but I'll find it. So when we come on Monday, we'll have that so I can show you guys. If I'm not mistaken, I played a bunch of his music. I remember thinking at the time, which there's other rappers we've talked about that have mentioned something like David, D4BD or whatever. I remember thinking like he can't copyright strike me. I could just play it all because he ain't gonna see the light of day, baby. I don't think he's getting on the internet. Yeah, the song, Stephanie. I'm gonna find it for you guys tonight. The NC beat if you Google it, the NC beat Isaiah Ross SoundCloud, it'll come up because they did a feature. That's how I learned about it. Yes, doo-doo occurs. Yes, ma'am. All right, bro. What are you doing? We got places to be
That the
tonight.
same
I
day you
gotta
took
eat.
Mr. Ross to the police
Hungry.
station.
Yes.
And I think you said you talked to his father or some other family member informed you of what they thought they found or heard, and then eventually got confirmed. Is that right?
Repeat that.
I will. Another family member told you about what was
He's
found.
like, don't you put words in my mouth,
Yes,
bro.
my sister.
Hell
And
no.
You mentioned that maybe you were talking to some of the other people about it who were at the house with you. Is that right?
Yes.
But you never actually talked with Mr. Ross about it directly. Is that right?
He, like I said, I
He
think at that
might have
time I was sitting in the
overheard.
kitchen. I was in the living room standing at my front
See,
door.
how come
And she
I
got-
can repeat it to him exactly what he said, and I'm over here like 10 feet away at the heater where I can't even see, just listening through my earbud? He might have heard because he was talking to other people in a close proximity to Isaiah.
Oh,
God.
I pick up,
Stop.
answer my cell phone. Then that's when she
Fucking-
said that.
Oh
She
my
said
God,
she called
Jonathan
back.
Trapp. It's the perfect fucking name. He wants to trap your ass. He's trying to trap your ass. This is fucking bullshit.
Maybe 20, 30 minutes later, and she confirmed it. And that's where I was standing. I was back in the living room.
Yeah, dude.
That's
He
when
did it too, though.
I think I
Isaiah
repeated
did
that
it
and
too.
please
I
her.
think
You
D4VD had
never
some.
actually had any
weird
direct
shit.
conversations or said anything to Mr. Ross if he was right there in the kitchen. Is that right?
No, not
Oh
directly.
my
I
God.
was called
He
his
said
name
that,
today. Do you
not
know him? So, no,
directly.
I didn't.
And you said you lived with Mr. Ross for over a year. Would you describe him kind of like a quiet person who stayed to himself in his room?
Pretty much.
And he didn't have like a lot of friends come over or anything like that that you recall? When he lived with you?
Right,
Well,
Diana.
he had
Good God.
just, like I said, he had just moved, came down in May. So no, he didn't have a lot of friends.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
Thank God.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Bryan, are you aware of whether Isaiah and your other nephew, Dontrell, knew each other?
Yes,
And had you seen them together before?
yes.
And more or less frequently than you saw Isaiah and Devin?
Coffee?
would-
No, but
I would say it was probably about the same time.
I'll show you.
Like I said, my nephew and Devin were pretty much, they was into sports heavily. So they were constantly going to practices and stuff like that. Isaiah was more into computers and music. So he was constantly doing something
Yeah.
with his music. So he was in the room or sitting outside.
And did Dontrell and Devin spend a lot of time together?
Pretty much as long as they were breathing.
Oh,
And you mentioned that
fuck,
Dexter,
that's so sad.
I'm not sure I fully understood what you said. He lives on the same street as you?
No, he lives, I go up to the top of my road and make a right and go down. So probably, like I said, maybe a quarter mile or less.
I'm so sorry, Antoine.
On that Sunday morning, when you were gone to church and the funeral, about how long were you gone?
I want to say from maybe about 10:30 to almost right at 3 o'clock.
He does look sad, Coffee. He just looks defeated. I mean, look what they've all been through, all of the family. Tevin, you too. I'm so sorry. It just hurts my heart for y'all.
Officers or investigators asked if they could
My
search
nose
inside your
burned like I'm
residence.
gonna
Where did
cry.
they search?
I want to think they went all over the house. I told them they could search the house. And then they asked me, well, had he been outside or something? I told them, I said, yeah. I said, he was just sitting right here, right beside or behind my car. I said, if you want to, I said, and they said, do you think he may have thrown something out? I said, I don't know, but if you want to, I said, search.
And they did that.
Yes, I think so.
That's all the redirect I have, Your Honor.
Oh, thank goodness. All right, we're done. We're done for now. The very last one, it's just about the gun. We can listen to it before we get into it. I will preview it and make sure if it's really nothing, we'll just jump in Monday, okay? I will find out the investigator's name though that speaks and make sure you guys have all the information. I'm keeping a little timeline here of each witness and anything major they say, not really the details of their testimony, just anything major. You know what I mean? So when Kyle Borland from the sheriff's office mentions Isaiah's mom and the doorbell footage, I mentioned that. I mentioned Kristen Sykes, the friend that was confessed to under Captain Jeffs. So it's not that detailed. It's just like little things we don't want to forget. The neighbor, I wrote 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, 2. And then I put a dash 4 shots because the last set of shots, he only heard 4. Just little things for me to keep track of. And so I will make sure that we have, and we're keeping track of every witness and anything major they bring to the table in order. Now, I am not wearing my, Mama Bear, let me see if I can find you the link before we go. I'm not wearing my Spicy Amy shirt, but I should be. I'm wearing this. It's dark in here now, but I even got my hair pulled up now. I'm looking crazy, but the Careful I Bite shirt, the Twilight shirt. I love that movie still. But okay, let me see if I can find you that, Mama Bear. NC Beat. I think that's the name of it. Issiah Ross SoundCloud. Okay. The problem is the North Carolina Beat stream Issiah Ross. It's so annoying because when the trial's happening, all the new articles will come up first. Let's see. Apparently, dropped 5 sound. Okay, suspect in homicide. Let's take a look at this. Suspect in homicide of Lyric Woods and Devin Clark. Why is this ad up here? And I can't even see it. Can I exit out of it? No. Jeez. Does that do it? No. Okay. Let me just, I already, bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. Suspect in homicide of Lyric and Devin apparently dropped 5 songs to SoundCloud after the murders. There's just details of the case. 5 new songs were posted on what appears to be Ross's SoundCloud under the name MI with the $TR3. Oh God, I remember that. And it was discovered by local blog NCB. I think they linked the exact place. No, they just linked the webpage, but okay. The song Glass mentioned lining up headshots while in the Akron I Trust. Ross mentions that he has shit I can't talk about, I cannot discuss. And in The Devil is Real, he raps about waking up feeling like a demon. The SoundCloud is riddled with comments from users alleging that he was rapping about the death. However, Ross has tracks going back years with similar themes. When contacted via Instagram about Ross, one of his friends told Rolling Stone he's a good artist on the rise. That's all I know. I reached out to some of his friends back then. I remember his friend, like locally, just to ask questions, and they tried to like get me to pay him to answer anything. And I was like, oh, hell to the no. So that was it. But let's see. You know where his backpack is. If there's any other details. I don't see anything else, but I'm going to link this article so you guys will have the name. You can go to SoundCloud and see. Let me search the NCB website just really quick. Do they have a search function? Yes, they do. Isaiah Ross. I'll try to get the original article. 1 second. Tomorrow I'll be on, but it's going to be a different topic. Doesn't come up. I wonder if they took it down or wonder what's happened there. But here is the link to hold on. Okay, sorry. I'm so congested. There's the link to what I was just reading. And that'll give you the name and stuff for the SoundCloud if you want to go listen to it yourself. Devin and Dontrell were inseparable. When you see one, you seen the other. Damn, man. Sad. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us, Tevin, and going through the footage with us and sharing about him and just sharing your thoughts and just all the little things you've shared with us today. It's been so interesting and I really appreciate it. And yeah, we got your back, sincerely. You're welcome here anytime. You will be treated with respect in this chat. And yeah, I'm just so sorry for what you and your family are going through. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you. All right, y'all. Yeah, please tell your family that too. Thank you all for having me. I greatly appreciate you all. And again, thank you so much, Alex. Thank you, Tevin. And come anytime, please. My hair? Ooh, really? Thank you. It's a mess today, but I'm lazy. I just braid it when I sleep and then pull out the braid so it'll have a little bit of texture. Maybe you're not talking about me. In that case, well, I'm done. But all right. I love y'all. It's been a long day. We've been here 4 hours, 27 minutes. I'll see you tomorrow about a different topic. Thank you. Let me just say this again. Thank you. Thank you for watching me anytime you watch me, but especially right now, because I'm just heartbroken over these kids. I'm heartbroken they're not getting the attention they need. Why the fuck do we have to get 25 Idaho 4 documentaries and we can't even get court TV talking about this? You know, they talk about every other fucking case, even stupid ones. Like, not like that aren't actual like violent crimes that are like petty. Like, I've seen them talk about all kinds of shit. So thank you for being here and helping me be able to spread the word a little bit further, even just a little bit, for real. It means so much to me. Thank you. All right, you guys, I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Coffee. Have a good night. Get some rest because, well, we don't have a long day tomorrow, but Monday we're going to have a long day. Or Tuesday. Tomorrow is Monday. Oh my God, I got to go. The brain isn't working anymore. I gotta go. Have a good night, you guys. Thank you again. Bye. Bye.